former representative of Nimba County, making its way in court. We will bring you some updates for what is unfolding in the court. The Monrovia City Court is the first step in the criminal prosecution, criminal procedure um, process here in Liberia. So when you are brought before the Monrovia City Court, this is where defendants are brought so that the state can formally present charges. So this court, the city court, can establish jurisdiction, and the accused can also enter the first stage of the criminal process. So including rights advancement, bill determination, and scheduling of formal proceedings or further proceedings. So that is the essence of defendants coming before the Monrovia City Court. We saw similar in the case involving former Chief Justice Clara Mususka, even though they were charged with murder and other charges, murder, which is a non-bailable offense. They were brought before the Monrovia City Court. So this is where the initial appearance happens at the Monrovia City Court. This is the first step after arrest. The defendants are brought in before the magistrate, and they are told the specific charges, the legal basis for their arrest, their constitutional rights to counsel, to silence, and to due process. Then the city court also then goes to do what is known as jurisdiction confirmation. So since the Monrovia City Court is a magisterial court, meaning it handles only preliminary hearings, misdemeanor trials, pre-felony trial procedures before this court either transferred to Criminal Code A, Criminal Code B, Criminal Code C, Criminal Code D, or Criminal Code E. So only misdemeanors and preliminary hearings are conducted here at the Monrovia City Court. So also probable cause determination is established here at the Monrovia City Court. The court determines whether the police and prosecution have enough evidence to continue holding the defendant or to bind the case over to a higher court. So probable cause is also determined here at the Monrovia City Court. So that's the process that is ongoing. The magistrate court also determines bail decisions, but the charges against the former vice president, especially the charges from the Controlled Substance and Abuse Law Act of 2023, those charges, the quantity of drugs we're talking about, those charges are non-bailable. So the issue of bail is something that we were told by legal minds that when it comes to non-bailable offenses, it doesn't mean that defendants cannot be granted bail, but it's the discretion of the judge based on what motion is filed by the defendants. Like in the Gloria Mususkat case, even though murder is a non-bailable offense, her lawyers were arguing that she's somebody of public reputation, high astute reputation, and that she wouldn't run away, her age and all of those things. They asked for medical leniency and all of those things, but those were not granted. In cases where the defendants has got right to bail or to bond, meaning those charges are misdemeanor, those charges are felonious, but they're not charges that are non-bailable, and so you can be granted right to bail by the judge based on you meeting the bail and the bond requirement. But in non-bailable cases, you can still apply for bail, bond, or bond, but the discretion determination is higher. The judge will have to look at the merits and all of those items available. So this court also determines pre-trial detention. It gives pre-trial detention orders. So if the court does find probable cause in what the prosecution has presented, remember this is preliminary, it's all pre-trial, it's preliminary. All the state needs to do and prosecution needs to do is to provide probable cause for the court to determine whether it's probable, whether probable cause has been established, and then if it's a non-bailable offense like the charges, those drug-related charges are all non-bailable offenses, then the defendant is remanded at the Monrovia Central Prison, pre-trial detention, as it is called. So that is what is happening here at the Monrovia City Court. So the court will also set dates for preliminary examination, filing of the formal indictment, and transfer of the case to either Criminal Code A, B, C, or D, and sometimes E. All right, so we'll be trying to bring you some updates from within the court. That's what we do here at the Spoon Network. We'll try to bring you updates from within the court as to what is happening in the court. So keep watching us as we try to bring you more updates as to what is unfolding. But what we can confirm to you is the former vice president is in the Monrovia City Court. She's wearing a predominant green with some black and white sort of dress. She's got a black hair tie on her head, and she's wearing a flat slippers. She was flanked by her sister, also wearing black and white. So she traded the maroon, which she was wearing on Wednesday, when she was arrested after she appeared at the Liberia National Police headquarters. She was wearing all maroon dress, maroon sandals, maroon hair tie. But this time around, she's traded maroon for predominant black. There's also green and white in the gown that she's wearing, black hair tie to match and black sandals. So she entered the court. We got brief glimpse of her since Wednesday. So we'll be giving you updates as to what's happening. So in the court currently as we speak, so the defendant is in court. The defense lawyers are also present. As of the time we get in the report, only one prosecution lawyer. Her sister has also joined her legal team. Her sister is a lawyer. She has joined the legal team of former Vice President Chua Howard Taylor. So we're hearing that on Thursday, former President George Weah, the 27th of August, former President George Weah will be arriving in country. It is reported that former President Weah arrives in the country on Thursday, the 27th of August, 2026, via the Roberts International Airport. Remember, when his former Vice President, Chua Howard Taylor, was arrested, he issued a statement where he termed the government's action as tyrannical and that he will lead a resistance of well-meaning Liberians against what he termed as a political witch hunt of these charges levied against his former Vice President, Chua Howard Taylor. So he will be in country on Thursday, the 27th of August, and the Spoon Network will provide you coverage of that as well. So back in the courtroom, what we're getting is the judge is still in the chambers. Those present in court, Madam Taylor, her legal team includes Kabina Janet, former Chief Associate Justice of the Republic of Liberia, Councillor Finlay Kanga, Councillor Lavla Superwood, and Councillor Garrison Dode Yelu, and also the sister of the former Vice President, also forming part of her legal team. So counting the number of lawyers she's got as defense lawyers so far, one, Kabina John and one, Finlay Kanga 2, Lavla Superwood 3, her sister 4, and Garrison Yelu 5. So 5 members of the defense team representing former Vice President Chua Howard Taylor. So all of this is just preliminary. Probable cause be established, charges be read, defendant advised of their rights. Whether or not there will still be preliminary hearing for the evidence, pieces of evidence to be examined, whether or not there is enough to proceed to trial. If there is enough to proceed to trial, then the case will be assigned to a court of higher jurisdiction, either than the Monrovia City Court. So the Monrovia City Court is the first point in the legal process after arrest. This is where defendants are brought. If it's a misdemeanor, if it is a lesser charge, the Monrovia City Court takes charge of or jurisdiction of that case. But if it is above the jurisdiction of the city court, it establishes probable cause. All the prosecution needs to do is to establish probable cause at this stage. It is not the full trial that all the pieces of evidence will be presented before the judge. Once probable cause is established, the defendants advise of their rights. If there is a need for bail in these charges, these charges are all non-bailable, specifically the drug-related charges. So the charges that are non-bailable are also based on the quantity of the cocaine we talked about All the drug-related charges are non-billable offenses, and these include the following: unlicensed importation of a controlled drug or substance, unlicensed sale, trading, administration, dispensation, delivery, distribution, dispatch, in transit, and transportation of a controlled drug or substance, and illicit trafficking of a controlled drug or substance. Those charges are all non-billable offenses. So right now, we'll go back in the court to see if we can bring you more updates. Jewel Howard Taylor, once First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, once Senator of Bong County, once Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, is in the Monrovia City Court, and she is before the magistrate. So we'll see if we can get more updates. There are those who have been putting forth this argument in court and in the court of public opinion, whether or not the former vice president, based on her privileged positions occupied in the country and her medical condition, where she was at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, the hospital there for 5 days, whether or not she will go to the Monrovia Central Prison and await the rest of the pre-trial and preliminary hearings, or she will be put under compassionate medical leave, where she will then be placed under what is known as constructive detention, where she will be at her residence receiving treatment, and the rest we cannot determine that. But what we are bringing you is we don't know what submissions will be made by her lawyers in court. All we can do is place ourselves in the courtroom and provide you all of what's happening. So what we can tell you is the preliminary hearing has not started. We are trying to get more updates. Whether the judge is now sitting in court. So what we can tell you is the hearing, the preliminary hearing, has not begun. So for the prosecution, these are the lawyers representing the prosecution. We have Councillor Randall DMO Johnson, Councillor Aliu Belete, and Councillor Kanua, and others who are to join. So the judge is still in his chambers. We can provide you that update from within the courtroom that the judge is still in his chambers, but those representing the prosecution are Councillor Randall DMO Johnson, Councillor Aliu Belete, Councillor Kanua, and other councillors of the Republic who will join the prosecution. For the defense, you have Councillor former Associate Justice Kabina Jane, Councillor Finlay Conger, Councillor Lavla Superwood, and the sister of the former Vice President, whose name we will get properly and announce to you. Those are the ones representing the defense. So it's all preliminary hearing. The former Vice President will be advised of her rights. The charges will be read. The issue of bail, whether or not her legal team will make a submission, a motion to grant bail based on what the arguments will be. But the drug-related charges are all non-billable offenses, whether they will come up with an argument based on her previous positions held in this country, whether or not they will use the fact that she spent 5 days at the hospital receiving medical treatment as condition, that she is a permanent citizen and she's innocent until proven guilty, and some privileges should be, accorded her. We cannot tell you that, but it is all preliminary. It's all pre-trial hearings that will be taking place here. Charges will be read, and the defendant, if probable cause is established by this court, the Monrovia City Court, will be remanded at the Monrovia Central Prison. Remember, according to our jurisprudence here in Liberia, So, folks, we will keep providing you updates from the court. What we can tell you is the preliminary hearing has not begun. The judge is still in his chambers, and cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Picture taking not allowed unless where it is agreed and determined by the judge that the trial can be televised if a motion is proffered by either the prosecution or the defense team that they want this trial to be televised, and the judge, and the judge agrees and grants that motion. That is when trials are televised. But in this instance, until that is done, the cameras are not allowed in the Monrovia City Court as well. So that is why we are outside, unless that can be agreed upon, that based on the severity of this trial, based on the public interest in this trial, based on the personality that is currently before the court, that for transparency's sake, that either the defense or the prosecution can pray the court to have the trial televised. But until then, this is all preliminary. You can enter the court and go and listen. You can write your stories and all of that, but you cannot take a camera into the court and start taking pictures or doing video recording without the authorization of the judge. You will be held in contempt of court and probably sent to jail, pay a fine, or even both. So that is why we are outside. So Marvin Cole, Jim Colley have arrived. Representative Cole, any words? You got the court?
It's like you're coming late today. That is yours. But you always here, maybe in the morning.
So Marvin Cole and Eugene Colley talking to the officer in charge to see whether or not they will be granted access. So they are talking to the police and see whether or not they will be granted access. Marvin Cole wearing all black. Eugene Colley, violet or purple blazer, brown shoes, black trousers, white undershirt. So we'll see whether or not the members of the Bond County Legislative Caucus will be allowed entry. So far, they are outside. So this is all part of the legal process. After the Liberian National Police charges a person with offense or an offense or offenses, that person is then arraigned before the Monrovia City Court to provide, to then proceed with the preliminary hearing. So it is in the preliminary hearing that the probable cause, pieces of advice, are presented, pieces of evidence are presented before the court to establish probable cause, whether or not there is enough, for the charges, to proceed to trial. And based on the probable cause, the pieces of evidence, the arguments, and whatever that is presented by both the prosecution and the defense, is either an indictment can be amended from what the police charge sheet had, because now the court is going to look at the probable cause, the pieces of evidence, to determine whether or not the charges, such as those huge drug-related charges, there is probable cause for those charges to be written in an indictment and bail and bond and all of those things. But in this case, the drug-related charges are non-bailable. So let's go back into the courtroom. So the sheriff has arrived with the arrest warrant for Madam Jua Howard Taylor That is what we can tell you right now, that in the courtroom, the sheriff has arrived with the arrest warrant for Madam Jewel Howard Taylor. The rate of arrest presented to court by the sheriff. So her lawyers will sign the writ of arrest, and she will sign as well. It is going down in the Monrovia City Court. Marvin Cole, Eugene Colley still out. They haven't been allowed entry into the court. So the sheriff has served Madam Jewel Howard Taylor with her writ of arrest. That is what we can tell you right now happening in the courtroom. So Madam Jewel Howard Taylor has been served with her writ of arrest. The two Bond County legislators, representatives, they are outside. They've not been able to access the court. So we will be bringing you updates. So the sheriff of the court has served her with the writ of arrest. We are going to provide you updates. So the case is about to start. The preliminary hearing is about to begin. The time in Liberia, 12 minutes after 12 midday. So the case has been called to docket. So folks, Spoon Network, though we are outside, legally we are not allowed to take a camera into the courtroom, but we'll place you in the courtroom. So let us know the quality of the audio, wherever it is you're watching us from. Just take a minute to send your comments. Let us know the quality of the audio by just leaving your comments in the comment section. So the former vice president has been served. She's been served with her writ of arrest. And now by the sheriff, now the case has been called to docket by the sheriff. And though these representatives representing people of Bond County, colorfully dressed, Eugene Colley is, they've not been permitted. There is a limit to authorization. This kind of security measure, sometimes titles cannot grant you access. Marvin Cole has folded his arms. He has made a number of calls, but the two representatives still haven't been given the green light. So the calls are being made, but the authorization has not been granted. Thank you, Alvin Muya. Says the audio is clear. So what we can tell you is the sheriff has called the case to docket. The case is about to start. Madam Taylor, wearing a predominant cream African batik gown with some sort of black, white. Marvin Cole is on the phone and he's angry. He's yelling on the phone. So the police officer, the senior officer, is saying that there will not be any scene caused here. The representative of Bond County, Marvin Cole, was heard shouting, and he's being talked to by a police officer. So we'll see what will be done next. The officers are saying they are under strict mandate. The door of the Monrovia City Court has been closed. So Marvin Cole and Eugene Colley are still outside. Where they want to access is the Monrovia Center. That's the Monrovia City Court. So let's see if we can bring you more updates. So now the defense team is making their representation before the judge. That is what we can tell you. The defense team is making their representation. So Cole and the rest have been asked to leave. They've been asked to leave. Eugene Colley, you can see he and our officers seem to have some sort of camaraderie between them. But Eugene Colley is tapping Marvin on the shoulder and he's leaving. Let's see.
I'm angry because of the irresponsible behavior of the police.
What do you mean by that?
They're very irresponsible, unprofessional people.
Why they deny you access?
Look what aspect of command he touched.
We saw 11 people entering back and forth to the house, but they did not allow you. Did you do anything specific?
No, it is my right as a citizen to enter and have access to the courtroom and watch the process. That's just what we came for.
Did they give you any reason why you were denied
No,
entry?
you should not just enter.
All because he's got bunker.
On three occasions,
bunker.
they deny access to, the VP, the former VP, at the head of the
They
police.
can deny me
deny
1
access,
million
to
times.
the hospital. Also
This
deny
government can deny me 1 million times. I will come back 1 million times. Nobody will stop me from accessing anywhere.
So
So
what-
what do it? I will continue to be around. We'll watch the process.
So what are you doing now? Are
We
you leaving the
asking
grounds?
for a transparent, impartial investigation or trial. That's what we are asking for. I am a member. Listen, I am part of the caucus from Bon County. That is our daughter. She's our mother. She's a citizen of Bon County. And I come there and the police decide to deny me from accessing the courtroom. For what? When other citizens are there. So it means that they got something in their minds. That's what I said. Boy Coleman and his thoughts, he got to control them. The country does not belong to Boy Coleman or the government.
Would you be hanging around? Would you still be hanging
I
around?
am here. I'm not going nowhere. Nobody can take me from here. I'm here.
So Eugene Colley is trying to put his colleague to bring his temperature down a bit. His temper. The police have said they will not enter, and they've not entered as well. So we're still here. Let's see if we can go back into the court and bring you more updates. So the lawyers representing the former vice president says we've got a submission to make before the magistrate of the Monrovia City Court. So we are waiting to see what the submission is that they have to make, to the magistrate of the Monrovia City Court. We saw all this play out in the trial involving former Chief Justice Gloria Musu-Scott. The pre-trial hearings were held. Probable cause pieces of evidence were presented. The magistrate court ruled that there was probable cause to go to trial, and the case was transferred to Criminal Court A. Now, we're seeing similar play out, and it's part of the Liberian legal process. So her lawyers are praying the court for preliminary examination. So what they're saying is they want the Monrovia City Court to peruse through the evidence, the pieces of evidence that the state has got to present. So we do know it's part of the process. So they are also saying she should be detained at the Gomez Hospital. So what the lawyers of the former vice president pray in the court is that not only for preliminary examination of the evidence, but they are requesting a compulsory detention at the Gomez Hospital. So they're saying the former vice president is now well enough to be held in pre-trial detention at the Monrovia Central Prison. But what they are praying the court for is that she be held at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science Hospital. That is where she should be held. And they're saying so they're also saying that she's got a medical condition for which she's being treated, and it is life-threatening. So as I stated to you earlier, her lawyers are praying the court that she should be held at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, the hospital where she was for 5 days, because she's got a life-threatening medical condition. She should be held there instead of the Monrovia Central Prison, where pre-trial detainees are remanded pending trial. So they're saying that if she's not allowed to seek medical attention, she might lose her life. That is what the lawyers representing the former vice president, that's the submission they're making before the judge. So they're saying trade South Beach for Gomez. she shouldn't go to the Monrovia Central Prison because she has a life-threatening illness and she needs constant medical attention. So instead of taking her to South Beach, let's take her to Gomez, where she will be held in compulsory detention. So that's what her lawyers are praying the court. And her lawyers also informed the court that since her arrest, she has fallen seriously ill and she's been undergoing treatment. That is the reason she spent 5 days at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science. So that is the submission they're making before the court. So they say, Your Honor, the magistrate, we want preliminary examination of all the evidence, but we're also making a submission to you to let you know that our client is sick. She's got a life-threatening ailment, and she cannot be held at the Monrovia Central Prison. So we are praying the court that that's the sister of the former vice president, just there, who also joined her legal team. Let me see if I can zoom. That's the sister of the former vice president who also joined her legal team. So they're saying she's got some serious medical conditions and she should be held in compulsory detention at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science and not at the Monrovia Central Prison. They said that is what the doctors have advised, that the moment they arrested her, and since she was in police custody, she's been seriously sick and needs medical attention. That if she doesn't get the desired medical attention, she might most likely lose her life. So whether or not the judge is going to grant that, we cannot tell, but they say since at her hospital of choice, she will receive the required or the requisite medical care. So that is the submission the lawyers representing former Vice President Jua Howard Taylor, who is facing a slew of allegations, drug-related charges, criminal conspiracy, criminal facilitation, criminal solicitation, as well as money laundering charges to add to the drug-related charges. That's the submission her lawyers have made. And those lawyers representing the former vice president include former Associate Justice Kabina Jane, Councillor Finlay Kanga, Councillor Lavla Superwood, and also her sister, who we saw make a brief exit from the court. So her lawyers are saying that, look, Your Honor, we are asking for pre-trial and the evidence examination, a preliminary examination of the pieces of evidence that the prosecution has got, because the Monrovia City Court is only here to establish probable cause if there is a need for bail, to grant bail, and there is a need for pre-trial hearings, preliminary hearings to present evidence and the rest to establish probable cause. They will do that at the Monrovia City Court. That is the responsibility of this court. It's the first step in the judicial process in Liberia. If the court establishes that there is probable cause, what the court then does is the court then transfers the case to a court of higher jurisdiction, either criminal code A, criminal code B, criminal code C, criminal code D, criminal code E. But what her lawyers have prayed for is that, look, the former vice president, she not well, her left at risk. Since you arrested her and she went to the headquarters of the Liberia National Police, so that she got sick and she needed to be taken to Gomez, and she spent 5 days at Gomez. So what we're telling you, Your Honor, is that, look, she get high blood pressure, she get asthma, and all the things, and you're threatening her life. So saying I won't carry her to court, we're not saying we're not come to court. What we're saying is, let her go to Gomez and be getting medical care there while the pre-trial, the preliminary hearings, and all the rest happening. So the prosecution is not resisting to the submission that is made by the defense. That is the breaking news. So the prosecution is not resisting. If the prosecution had resisted, then the judge would have a decision to make. But the fact that the prosecution is not resisting, we're getting information from the court that this judge should grant the decision and in part and deny in part. So the prosecution is saying that the judge should grant this submission made by the defense in part and deny in part. So we're waiting to see which part is the prosecution the judge should accept and which part are they saying the judge should deny. So the prosecution is saying relative to the request of preliminary examination is permissible under law. So the prosecution is saying that, look, yes, preliminary examination is accepted before the law. Under the law, preliminary examination of evidence is accepted, so it's the legal process. So the prosecution is not objecting to that. Let's see which part of the submission is the prosecution objecting to. So we'll bring you more updates. This is happening live in the court. So the prosecution has interposed no objection to preliminary examination. They're saying it's permissible, it's allowed under the law, and they are going to accept that. So they said they interposed no objections to preliminary examination of evidence. So the prosecution is cool with that. They're cool with that. Let's see which part of the submission are they against. Are they against the part of the submission that the defense is asking the judge that their client should be held in compulsory detention at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, the hospital where she spent 5 days? The defense team of the former vice president saying that, look, our client, she's got a terminal condition. She's got a serious condition that needs proper attention, and she cannot get that at the Monrovia Central Prison. And there are those who are saying, is it based on the fact that she served in privileged positions that she should be granted that, or she should be at the Monrovia Central Prison and doctors can visit her to make sure that she gets routine medical visits, routine medical checks? We'll see what the judge does. So we are watching. The prosecution has interposed no objection, if we want to be legal, to a preliminary hearing that has been prayed for by the defense. That is the preliminary examination of evidence. We are waiting to see whether or not they raise an objection to the compulsory detention at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, the hospital located in Sofe community, in the same community where the former vice president resided for much of her tenure as vice president of the Republic of Liberia. So the prosecution wants the court to deny the compassionate detention and not to that she should not exit its jurisdiction. So what the prosecution is saying that, look, Your Honor, letting the defense saying that, oh, she need to be to Gomez, taking treatment there. We say no, that is not allowed under our jurisdiction. The crimes that she committed are serious and they are infamous crimes. So the crimes that they're accusing her of committing, they are serious crimes and they are infamous crimes. And despite her position that she held in the country, where she has been from first lady to senator to vice president, she should not be held in detention at Gomez. She should go to the Monrovia Central Prison, where she should be serving pre-trial detention until the duration of her case. So what the prosecution is saying is that she should not be taken to Gomez. She should be held at the Monrovia Central Prison, known as South Beach. So count 2 of the submission made, the prosecution has raised an objection. They want the court to deny any sort of compassionate detention and that it does not exist in our jurisdiction, and that the crimes that she has been accused of committing, those are serious, heinous crimes. And based on whether she served as former vice president or not, she should be held at the Monrovia Central Prison. So that's what we're getting from the court. That is what we're getting from the court as we speak. The pre-trial or preliminary hearing is happening right now. The former vice president was served with the writ of arrest in court by the sheriff. The case was called to docket. Both teams made their representation, and currently this is what is happening. On the side, as to what's happening in the court, what happened outside, Marvin Cole and Eugene Colley again denied access, as they were denied access at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science. So more updates we bring to you from within the courtroom. Former Vice President, former First Lady, former Senator Jua Howard Taylor is facing these charges. And the charges against the former Vice President include the following. Under the Controlled Drug and Substance Act of 2023, a year for which she was still Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, it was under their regime on the 12th of July 2023 that this act was signed into law by His Excellency President George Manawia, President of the Republic of Liberia as of that time. And those charges include, under the Controlled Drug and Substance Act of 2023, violation of Section 14.3, that is unlicensed importation of a controlled drug or substance, violation of Section 14.5, license, sale, trading, administration, dispensation, delivery, distribution, dispatch in transit, and transportation of a controlled drug or substance. Violation of section 14.93, that is illicit trafficking of a controlled drug or substance. Then we move further under chapter 10 of the Penal Law of Liberia, violation of section 10.2, criminal solicitation, violation of section 10.3, criminal facilitation, and violation of section 10.4, criminal conspiracy. Under the anti-money laundering and terrorist financing law, violation of section 15.2, that is money laundering. So what the state is alleging, what the police, through their charges, now brought before the court, what they're alleging is the former vice president was a very integral member of the cartel, that she was involved in the importation of a controlled drug or substance, that she conspired, she wickedly and evilly colluded, according to what the state is saying, to be involved in drug trafficking, in drug trading, in drug administration, in drug dispensation in Liberia, that she benefited from the sales and the monies that were gotten from the sales of these illicit substances were allegedly laundered out of the country using various means or through other means as well. So this case is far from started. What's happening now is just the first step in the judicial process, that you are charged by the police, you are forwarded to the Monrovia City Court where your charges are read. There is pre-trial hearing, preliminary examination of evidence, probable cause is established if there is a need for bail or bond. But in these charges, especially the drug-related charges, bail and bond unbailable. So let's go back to the court and talking about arrivals. Former President George Manneh Weah is reportedly to arrive in the country on Thursday, the 27th of August, and we will be live there to bring you his arrival. Whether or not true to what he posted, that he will lead an army of well-meaning Liberians to, resist what he termed as a tyrannical arrest, witch hunt arrest of his former vice president, will be following up on the process. So we go back into the court. So what we're hearing again is furthermore, even though there are evidence regarding the medical condition of the defendant, the charges brought against the defendant, some of which are non-bailable, the court can only grant her preliminary examination to establish whether the crimes were done. So what we're hearing is the state, the prosecution, objected to compassionate medical leave, that is compassionate medical detention at Gomez Hospital, but the prosecution did not object to preliminary examination of evidence. So the prosecution is saying yes, that they do not object to any preliminary examination of evidence. So the prosecution is also saying that the medical condition mentioned by the defense for the time of admission to admissions, a patient have not had any sufficient adverse effect, any sort of attack to our vital organs, any type of vital signs, including blood sugar level, and has been relatively stabilized. So the defense is saying that as of the time she was taken to the Gomez Institute of Medical Science in Sophie, when she presented high blood pressure and asthmatic attack, she has since been stabilized and she's not in and out. She doesn't have any sort of medical emergency that will demand her being kept at the hospital for the duration of these preliminary hearings and the duration of the trial as of to when it is determined that she's medically stable. So the defense is saying since then, since she was taken to the hospital on Thursday, she has been stabilized and she is not presenting any signs threatening to her life, in contrast to what the defense is saying, that she has got some life-threatening ailment that needs her to be in the Gomez Institute taking medical treatment. So the counselor says that the medical report says the defendant, one of the prosecution lawyers is saying that the medical report doesn't state that the defendant has a threatening condition. That is what the prosecution, their argument they're making before the magistrate of the Monrovia City Court. So the prosecution wants the judge to deny the submission made by the defense lawyers for compassionate detention. The prosecution is saying, Judge, Your Honor, look at the medical report. She has been stabilized. She isn't at risk, when it comes to her life. Whereas we acknowledge that she's got some medical conditions, but she's been stabilized and she can be in the Monrovia Central Prison and doctors could attend to her and she doesn't need to be held at Gomez under compassionate medical, detention. So they want the court to grant the preliminary examination of evidence, but want the court to deny the submission made by the defense that the former vice president should not be sent to the Monrovia Central Prison, but rather back to the Gomez Institute there in Sofe, where she used to reside for the majority of her tenure as vice president of the Republic of Liberia. She made a re-entry into that community, but not as a friendly visitor, but as someone who was escorted under very heavy police presence based on a medical emergency. So Spoon TV, we will put you in the courtroom, we'll provide you all of the happenings as if you were there. If you're asking what is the former vice president wearing, she traded the maroon of Wednesday for green and black of Tuesday. So we'll provide you all of what is happening. So the court is now taking arguments, and Councillor Jonathan Masakwe is the first on the floor. Will former Vice President Jua Howard Taylor be given preferential treatment, with the state arguing that her life is not at any immediate risk, should be sent to the Monrovia Central Prison. If you're wondering why we're here at the Monrovia City Court, this is the first court of jurisdiction in Liberia. Arguments ongoing. More updates we'll provide. No, yeah, we will provide to you. So I've been joined by Nelson Kule as we try to reposition. So let us know the quality of the audio. Though we have, done some sort of adjustments, but do let us know the quality of the audio. If the audio quality is good, just leave a comment. We are just before and still before the city court here at the Temple of Justice. So I'll leave you in the hands of Nelson Kule for a period. Take a short breather, and we'll keep providing you updates as to what's unfolding in the court. But Councillor Jonathan Masakwe is currently arguing before the magistrate. So Nelson Kule will take over the commentary.
All right, so folks, again, we want to say thanks for joining us. This is Spoon TV. We are coming to you live from the grounds of the Temple of Justice, posted right before at the very entrance of the Monrovia City Court, where Liberia's former Vice President Jua Howard Taylor is currently being arraigned before the court following a lengthy process, a process that took off sometime during last week. This process has lasted for over 4 days. Former Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Vice President Jua Howard Taylor, the former Vice President was prevented from traveling, from leaving the country. According to her, she was making her way to Accra, Ghana for a women conference when she was being stopped by officers of the Liberian National Police. The former Vice President, in anger, was heard on a video recording in a very angry mood, expressing dissatisfaction in the conduct of law enforcement officer. According to the former Vice President, it was unfair for officers of the Liberian National Police to have engaged her the way they did, preventing her from leaving the country. And of course, former Vice President Jua Howard Taylor was picked up from that point, later made her way at the headquarters of the Liberian National Police alongside her legal representative, Councillor Kabina Janet. And that situation now have seen several days of the former Vice President being held behind bars, taken at the Grams Hospital there in Congo Town, in the Sophie community. The former Vice President, Jua Howard Taylor, is now being arranged here before the court, that's the Monrovia City Court, where her charges are about to be read to her. And following that incident, we're going to see the next course of action here at the grounds of the Temple of Justice. But we want to say thanks for joining us. I'm Nelson Colette. Thanks to Diamond Slanga and the team, who, of course, have been very engaged with the activities here this morning. And of course, as you see before us here, the entire entrance of the Monrovia City Court is being barricaded here by well-armed police officers. As you see from the far end here, some officers with the taser right there, and just in the middle of the barricade here, you have top hierarchies of the Liberian National Police posted there. But all along this corridor, as you see here, you have officers of the Liberian National Police posted, and like you saw on the weekend, individuals wanting to access this facility here, the Monrovia City Court, will have to prove beyond all reasonable doubts that they have some very important business being here. And that's exactly what the situation is. You have the police, a huge presence of state security here, lights flickering from police vehicles. You have the Chief Justice escort parked at that end. But beyond what you see right here, there's a huge presence of Liberians at the far end there, from the very entrance of the Temple of Justice, facing the headquarters of the Liberian National Police. You have a huge presence of Liberians who have come. They're peeping in from that end as well, trying to establish as to what is happening here. As most of you are aware, the former vice president is not just another Liberian citizen. She's one person who has risen through the ranks and files of the political corridors of Liberia, from serving as First Lady of Liberia in 1997, when former President Taylor got married to her, from serving as the Deputy Governor at the Central Bank of Liberia to rising to the position where in 2005 she got elected as the Senator of Bone County. In 2014 she got re-elected as well after completing the first 9-year tenure as elected Senator of Bone County, then the senior Senator of Bone County. In 2014 she got re-elected, and in 2017 we saw that former soccer legend, a soccer star, and then standard bearer of the CDC decided to pick her as his mate. Of course, that situation then saw the former vice president, who was just a senator of Bone County at the time, being elevated to the point where she became the first female vice president of the Republic of Liberia in 2017. She has built her political legacy, taking over 2 decades to do that. And this situation, to many, is something that is just going to think to some extent, cast a negative narrative or position a very bad optics over the very legacy that the former vice president has built over the years. We see a vehicle has just arrived here. Officers of the Liberian National Police are taking their position, and of course, the atmosphere is being created here. There are movements. We're here to establish what exactly that is that's about to happen at this point. But officers of the Liberian National Police are taking the position. There are lots of movements here at the moment, and we're looking forward to see what happens. Smooth TV, thanks for joining us. We are here this morning, right before the Monrovia City Court, here at the grounds of the Temple of Justice, where we're bringing you live update on the happenings here this morning, this afternoon. The unfoldings here at former Vice President Jewel Howard Taylor, who is also an attorney at law, is being brought here at the Monrovia City Court, charged on several counts. And of course, these charges are being read to the former vice president. As you see from the far end there, you have even employees, staffers here at the Temple of Justice, peeping in through the different windows here, very interested, everyone very engaged, trying to know exactly what the outcome of this entire situation is going to be. But we remain posted here, making sure we can bring you up to speed with all of the happenings here every step of the way. Spoon TV, this is exactly where we are. Officers of the Liberian National Police initially took their positions here on Friday, and there were expectations, there were huge anticipations that the former vice president would have been brought here at the grounds of the Temple of Justice. Not too long, then we got information about her medical condition, and that then created the situation where her arrival here was being pushed to another state. And this is where we are. To some, this is a demonstration that the rule of law is at work, while others see it as a witch hunt, based on the lens that one gets to use to analyze the situation. That's exactly how the situation gets to be presented. But we are here, very neutral, bringing an objective coverage of all of the happenings here this afternoon, live from the grounds of the Temple of Justice, right before the Monrovia City Court, where there's a huge presence of state security here. We're posted to ensure we can bring you the updates here every step of the way.
Yes, Nelson. So more updates coming from the court. I'm trying to get the criminal law procedure, the reliance that the defense have used at the court there. So in their argument, Councillor Jonathan Massac were arguing for the defense, quoted chapter 34, chapter 20, and chapter 20 of the criminal procedure law as to back up their argument. So I'm going to read those chapters as well. So remember, the defense asked and prayed the judge in their submission that there should be preliminary examination of the evidence. And they also prayed the court in their submission that the defendant should be held in compulsory detention at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, the hospital where she was for 5 days. They said that she's got some serious medical condition, life-threatening according to the defense, but the prosecution objected that since she was taken to the hospital on Thursday and up to today, she has been stabilized and there is no need for such, that the charges, the crimes against her are grave and serious charges, and it is not part of our jurisdiction, our jurisprudence, that a criminal defendant, will be held at the hospital during the duration of their trial. So that they use the defense reference chapter 34, chapter 20, and chapter 40 of the criminal procedure law of Liberia. So we are trying to get that to read that.
Let me also be trying to. I don't know if you've gotten that already.
Yes. So chapter 20, arrest, escape, recapture, search warrants, and seizure of the criminal procedure law of Liberia. This sections 11 to 24 outline how arrests must be made, informing suspect on grounds for their arrest, limits restraint and search of arrested persons, arrest with or without warrant, escape and recapture. Section 34 to 37 covers recapture of escaping substance and duties of citizens to assist. Chapter 24, that's chapter 34, talks about imprisonment, the disposition of the offenders, and it deals with imprisonment as a sentence, defines how imprisonment is imposed and after conviction, place of confinement. So they're using where should be a place of confinement, either correctional institutions or divisions of corrections, and the rest. So those were the reliance of the defense. They use chapter 20, chapter 34, and chapter 40 of the criminal procedure law of Liberia. Let's see what the prosecution is saying. So it's now the prosecution's time for argument, Nelson. And the prosecution is saying that once you are charged, you cannot be granted such leave. the leave or the compassionate detention based on medical condition that the defense are praying court for in their submission. The prosecution is saying that the medical report from the hospital revealed that the former vice president is in a very good condition medically. That's why she was kept under observation for 4 days. And she spent a total of 5 days, but the rest of the 4 days were used to provide her doctors a means, a first-hand assessment of the former vice president. So the prosecution is saying that she cannot be, the judge shouldn't grant her any sort of compassionate detention or compassionate confinement, that she should be sent to the Monrovia Central Prison, South Beach, where other Liberians are sent and waiting their pre-trial, their preliminary hearings, and subsequently their trials in cases that are non-bailable or those who do not make bond at all, Nelson.
With the defendant, the legal representative of the defendant now pushing for compassionate detention, if it turns out to be granted by the judge, Diamond, this is going to be a precedent, especially given the recent history of Liberia. We know that the recent case involving Councillor Gloria Musu-Scott, there were expectations that similar measures were being used, especially given for opposition or status in society. The permanent offices she occupied in the country, from senator to chief justice to justice minister and all of that. A lot of people expected that, similar measure would have been used to carry out her prosecution, but that didn't turn out to be the case. So this argument at this point is very important because it's going to determine now as to whether former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor is going to be giving that a special dispensation with respect to how detention, everything is going to take out by the legal process play out here at the grounds of the Temple of Justice. And whatever the outcome is, that will be a precedent all by itself. And Liberians moving forward now will start to look at, will start to use a day like this, a decision from the court like this one, to determine as to how permanent figures in society get to be prosecuted.
Rightly said by you, Nelson. So the Musu-Scott case, there is a clear difference.
Yeah.
Cited, one being murder and another being, drug-related charges. They are all capital offenses. They are serious felonious charges. Now, but let's look at the key difference between the Musu-Scott and the Joel Howard Taylor. We know that the counselors representing, the lawyers representing the former Associate Justice, the former Chief Justice, I should say, the former Justice Minister, former Senator Gloria Musu-Scott, they also prayed this very court that she be granted bail or granted bond based on her prominence in society, the offices that she had once held in this country. They also put down medical condition of one of the defendants at the time, the elder woman amongst all of them, the most senior woman amongst all of them. Yes, they put age and all of those things, but the court denied them the bail or the bond to be out and be reporting for their case, and they were held in remand at the Monrovia Central Prison. Now, the difference there with the former vice president's case is, while in police detention within the first 24, she was taken to the hospital with a medical condition, which was an emergency. So whether or not that is a difference to you, whether or not the judge is going to look at that, but the defense is, the prosecution is also saying that even though, yes, she presents with some medical conditions, but she was taken to the hospital and she was adequately treated, and doctors note the discharge order shows that she is in good condition, so she can be held at the Monrovia Central Prison, and doctors can go there to visit her routinely, to make sure that she's okay. But the prosecution, the defense is saying that her condition is life-threatening. She needs to be in the hospital. So the prosecution is also going to argue that, look, she's been outside for a majority of her time prior to her arrest. She's been outside, she's been moving about, she was even poised to travel. Even though the shock of arrest, the panic attack, the anxiety attack, and all of those things can lead to high BP and whatever caused the asthmatic attack. But now it has been 5 days, things have subsided, all she needs to do is to be at the Monrovia Central Prison and await her trial. So the argument is ongoing, Nelson. Is pro and cons, is for and not. But at the end of the day, the determination is going to be made by the magistrate based on the arguments and pieces of evidence. And one key piece of evidence will be the discharge order from the doctor. If there is a need for the doctor to come and tell whether or not, she can be at the Monrovia Central Prison and receive treatment, or she can be at Gomez. The question now remains again, even if she's found guilty, which is a far cry, are they going to say, okay, she cannot serve a sentence because at the Central Prison because she's got a medical condition, or she should be placed on house arrest or probation for the duration of whatever will be, if she's sentenced, because we're far from that. And so there are a lot of arguments that are playing here, but the person who makes that decision is the magistrate of the Monrovia City Court, whether it will be one magistrate or it will be a number of magistrates that will sit on this matter. But what the prosecution has not objected to, Nelson, is the preliminary examination of evidence, which is all part of the preliminary stage, pre-trial stage of any case before it proceeds to trial. Remember again, the indictment, based on what happens here in these preliminary hearings, the indictment could have been modified. Modification could mean some of the charges from the police charge sheet could be dropped. Modification could mean, based on what probable cause is presented by the prosecution, they might be kept, those charges might be upheld, or they might be increased. So this is all what is happening, and we're even far from a real trial yet, Nelson. And remember, she's innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. It's all part of the criminal procedure process that is unfolding.
Yes, and that's exactly where I was coming in, Diamond. At this point, especially with the question as to whether the former vice president, what if she's sentenced? Is the defendant going to keep making the argument that she should be maybe held somewhere other than the Monrovia Central Prison? But again, at this point, she's innocent until proven guilty. And the only thing that's going to establish that is the actual trial. And this stage is very important as well. The preliminary hearings and everything that's going on now is very important because first of all, it sets the basis as to where the former vice president is going to be while the trial goes on. Another important thing to take into consideration at this point is the records from the health facility. What did the hospital say? And these are all pieces of information that the defendants are pushing, are presenting to the judge at this point to back the argument, to further support that, to further prove why their clients, the former vice president, Joa Howard Taylor, should not go at the Monrovia Central Prison, should not be behind the rusty bars, why the actual...
Why are you saying rusty bars? Have they not painted those bars? Have you been there late and know how rusty they are, Nelson?
Diamond, given everything we know, these bars are usually rusty, The fact that they're just not far from the coastal belt and all of that. The Atlantic Ocean is right next door, and then you have that facility position right not too far from the Atlantic Ocean. You know what's happening with the Unification Park. Other people call it the PHP Park. All of the bars there have already started to get rusty. So that's the same. That's the same, location. That's the same location.
So we see our judicial correspondent is coming out. Whether or not the former vice president is coming out, we see Melvin Jackson. So Nelson, you can talk to Melvin so that we know why are they exiting the court. Melvin, why are you people outside?
Yeah, so we asked for 15 minutes this year. So I mean, the updates so the first team requested two separate submissions. Number one has to do with regulations, trial, and the other one they did proportionate relief or relief. So they were saying she's not well and she should be given proportionate relief. what a medical report says. The medical report says Madam Taylor suffers from accident, and then the situation for this case causing fluctuation of blood pressure. So for like this information, not the implication of the center person so when requested that compassionate leave even before, so at least for being at the hospital while the trial or preliminary hearing continues before the Montreal the court. Though following our submissions, the prosecution came up with a resistance. So the resistance in part they accepted and also requested the court to grant the preliminary examination aspect of it. But when it comes to the compassionate leave, they said no, that the medical report presented says that Madam Taylor is stable. So the fact that she is stable, and then the crimes charged, cocaine, trafficking, and other stuff, these are all first degree felonious crimes. So the crimes, it cannot allow her to be outside, but rather she should go in temporary detentions at the central prison. So the prosecution requested that the judge should deny that submission that was made by the defense team and have Madam Taylor face the preliminary examination while in prison, because the report that was brought from the hospital, it shows that or inform the court that she's stable and well and everything is on course. So on that basis, they should deny in part and also grant the preliminary aspect, which is by law, in part.
How was the former vice president for physical expression, her body language and all of those things? Is she sitting on the prisoner's bench, the defendant's bench, which she should be sitting on?
Yes. So if you from after the submissions and the counter from the prosecutions, and then the judge requested for 7 minutes each argument, you could see that she was kind of crying because I saw her entire art, kind of tearing.
You mean the former vice president was crying in court today?
Yes, not you see the tears rolling down, but you have her hands at her mouth. You also know that she suffered from asthma, so that kind of breathing aspect was what I observed from her. And then she was kind of in a sad mood. You have her sister, who is also a counselor at law, sitting on the bench along with the other lawyers. They are also pushing with that. So, 15-minute break, the judge going to rule whether or not he will accept the request made by the defense team, or he will deny it. And if he deny it, then Madam Taylor will be sent at the central prison. But if the judge grant the request for the compassionate relief, she will be sent back to the hospital or wherever place where is state security going to be monitoring wherever place they will have her, and then the preliminary examinations will go on. But for the preliminary aspect, it will be granted because it's by law, and it's something that the law requires that the defendant has right to that, and then the prosecution also did not interpose any objection to it, so that is also clear. But then the prosecution will keep when it was the matter cannot be tried before the magistrate court. Moreover, the magistrate court is a court of first instance, so it cannot be tried there. So the fact that it cannot be tried there, the judge has no right, according to the prosecutions, to grant such leave to a defendant that you only got a preliminary aspect of the entire case and not the entire
Actual hearing.
Yeah, actual hearing of the case. So they had a different claims and counterclaim between them, and then the jury requested for 15 minutes, and after the 15 minutes, we will go back in the court and we'll know what will be the judge's own decision.
So what that means is that both the prosecution and the defense team have already made their arguments. What you guys are going back for is the final decision, given the pieces of evidence and the arguments presented by the both parties.
Exactly.
Now, have this happened before, where a detainee or somebody who's charged with such serious felonious crimes is granted that sort of compassionate detention at a medical facility? Did the prosecution or defense state an instance where such has happened, or it has never happened before?
No, so to the best of my knowledge and the more time I spent here, I have not seen that. They only request most time examinations, or if they manage available, they request that the person be bailed. But for her case, all of the crimes, all of the different charges they put on her, they are not available. And you also had a writ already set on her. Yes, they set the writ on her already. So this is my first instance. So this is why I believe the judge will come up with a different laws attentions that will back a ruling that you will make this afternoon. But I've not seen it. Compassionate leave, to go to medical. Even though they brought that contest up, but then the prosecutor made it clear that the one that the police did, it was at the police station. This one is at the court, so you cannot compare the two, the police station and the court aspect with the release that they are requesting for.
Okay, thanks a lot, Melvin. Well, this is where we are. So, Diamond, I think you will. I think you already let our judicial correspondent, Melvin Jackson, of course, has been giving us updates from the courtroom.
All right, folks, so that's Melvin Jackson, the Spoon Network's judicial correspondent. They're providing us with what transpired in open court. He did say that it's a 15-minute recess, out of which after the 15 minutes recess, the judge, that's the magistrate, will rule the submissions made by the defense. 2 counts. The first count is they are praying the court for preliminary examination of the evidence, and the prosecution did not object to that as well. But where the prosecution objected to is the compassionate medical leave that the defense is praying the court to grant to defendant Jua Howard Taylor. She has been issued with a writ of arrest. She's been served with a writ of arrest. The lawyers representing both sides had 7 minutes to argue. The defense argued that she's faced with a life-threatening ailment and she needs to be at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, where she was for 5 days. The prosecution is saying no. We have the medical record, the discharge papers from the hospital. She has been stabilized, and as such, she should not be granted any sort of compassionate leave whatsoever. She should be held in detention at the Monrovia Central Prison. What the prosecution also argued before the judge, before the magistrate, is that this has never happened in our jurisdiction here in Liberia, where a defendant that is charged with felonious crimes, not just 1, but 8 different charges, 4 drug-related, 3 penal law related, and 1 in relation to the money laundering and terrorist financing law of Liberia, that the former vice president, who at one point in time, her home was not just the executive mansion, but it was the famous White Flower. She then, after being First Lady of the Republic, ascended to the senatorial position of Bond County and rose to the office of vice president. But she's not here to address the court as a vice president or as a former vice president. She's in court, even though the ex-vice president title still exists, but she's in court as a defendant. After the 15 minutes recess, the magistrate is going to rule. The prosecution is also arguing that the magistrate, that is the Monrovia City Court, has got no jurisdiction whatsoever over this matter. It's only for preliminary hearing and to establish whether there is probable cause, and this court has got no jurisdiction, no authority, whatever, to place the criminal defendant under compassionate leave at a medical facility. So what transpires in there, what the rule of the judge will be, we'll find out in under 15 minutes. The former vice president, we saw her enter the court this morning at about 11:30 thereabout. She traded the maroon suit that she had on Wednesday for a predominant green, almost looking like a tie-dye kind of batik kind of fabric with some splashes of white and black, with black leggings and a black flat sandals to match with a black head tie on her head. She traded maroon for black. That is 5 days after she was held at the Gomez Institute for Medical Emergency. The defense is also arguing that she suffers from acute asthma, and we reported to you on Thursday that she suffered from an asthmatic attack and the defense has said to the judge is, we want her to face trial, we want her to stand trial, we want her to clear her name of all of these charges, but she cannot do that when she's not medically fit. So she needs to be at the Gomez Institute. The prosecution has said, we've got the medical records, she's out of the woods, she's not facing any sort of immediate medical challenges, so she should be like every other pre-trial detainee at the Monrovia Central Prison awaiting trial. The prosecution did not object to pre-trial examination or preliminary examination of evidence. So what is happening here, just to keep you reminded, it is not a full trial that is happening right now. All this is the preliminary process of where probable cause is established if there is a need for bond or bail, but the defense is not arguing for bail or bond. What the defense is arguing for is she cannot be at the Monrovia Central Prison, as Nelson and Choko and the rest of the guys have been saying, the rusty bars of the Monrovia Central Prison, because it's closer to the sea breeze causes massive corrosion. But what they're saying is she should be in the comfort, the air-conditioned room where the medical equipment are already on the standby, the VIP room of the Gomez Institute of Medical Science. The prosecution is saying when it comes to criminal charges and criminal offenses, there is nothing like a VIP or a former VIP of the Republic of Liberia. Everyone is equal under the laws, and the law knows no person or individual. But remember, though, there are discretionary instances. If the former vice president's medical condition is so severe, is so dire that she needs to be aided in breathing and all of those things, medical reasoning comes in. So yes, there is justice, but justice is tempered with mercy and also with discretion. But what the prosecution is saying, she's got no immediate medical risks to say, look, she needs assisted breathing. You know, the air at the Monrovia Central Prison is not good enough for her. Doctors cannot reach to her when they want to. The prosecution is saying her medical report, she's been discharged, she's been deemed as stabilized. The charges against the former vice president all started on Wednesday, the 19th of August. She was en route to Accra, Ghana. Some conspiracy theorists are saying she might most likely have gotten a hint and was trying to abscond the Republic of Liberia. The former vice president has not stated whether she was leaving deliberately under the guise of going to attend a women's conference, but her own message said she was leaving to attend that women's conference. She was then asked to report to the headquarters of the Liberia National Police. We saw dramatic scenes unfold. You know, she alleged that guns were drawn. She was later escorted to the headquarters of the Liberia National Police by the IG of Police, Colonel Gregory Coleman, and the Director General Designate of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency, Daniel Zianka. Why are we here? Liberia has in recent times discovered or busted two massive drug consignments, 19 million at the Roberts International Airport, 317 million along the RRA highway. Then we started hearing names. The IG again made news when he said some big state actors, former and current state actors, influential people, names are involved. There were names that were mentioned, some deputy ministers, some deputy directors, security agencies were rippled through with the allegations, like a former 106, Johnny Boladin, accused of taking bribe, former deputy director for administration at the National Security Agency, Liberia's own version of the CIA, was dismissed for allegedly being linked to the cartel, former highway chief of the Liberia National Police, Wade Kwabo, and the list goes on and on and on. These are top security men, and it shows that the cartel presumably had infiltrated Liberia's security sector. What we can also tell you is with the issue of the IV Atlantic, that ship that was in Liberian waters, it also showed again the vulnerability of our defense sector, our maritime waters, our ocean waters, whatever you want to call it, you know, our Atlantic shoreline or whatever Liberian waters proved to be vulnerable as well. It also showed with these arrests, especially the arrest of the former vice president and some current or now former officials of this rescue government, of the Joseph Boakai government, security, deputy security chiefs and the rest. It showed so far that infiltration has happened in the higher echelons of security sector and offices in Liberia, but those infiltrations are all allegations as of yet. The biggest name to be called so far is that of Juan Howard Taylor, a name very, very well recognized in Liberia, former First Lady of the Republic, former Vice President, former Senator of Bon County. That is the biggest fish so far. But even that name that has been mentioned, it is still far from a conviction. The state will have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt, provide evidence, provide waterproof, watertight evidence, provide expert witnesses, provide physical or forensic evidence, digital evidence, whatever, to prove and to have a conviction beyond all reasonable doubt. If this is going to be jury trial when it reaches the trial stage, what the defense will have to do is just a simple assignment: create doubt in the minds of the jurors, speak to the reputation of the defendant, speak to whether or not the state can produce evidence to get a conviction. So what is happening now is the state will have to prove before the magistrate court doing preliminary examination of evidence that there is enough probable cause to get an indictment. And what an indictment might carry could be all of the charges from the police charge sheet, or based on whatever pieces of evidence presented before the court, the indictment could be modified with far lesser charges or even more charges. But as it stands, all that is happening is people will have to return in the courtroom after this 15-minute recess. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm here at Criminal Code C, along with my colleagues Nelson Collier. Also, we have Melvin Jackson, who's one of the individuals in the court for us to provide us with real-time information. That's what we've been providing to you. Remember, this is a former Vice President of the Republic. We are talking about she having access to the best lawyers in the country, those who can, prove her case and provide doubt and show that there is nothing really to have her convicted on these charges. But what is at play now is Liberia's judicial system and our processes. What is at play is the procedures that follows. You are charged, you are arrested, you are sent to court, you face preliminary hearing, there is probable cause established. If it proceeds to court, whether or not there is enough evidence to proceed to court, whether there is probable cause is or part. Then if there is probable cause and the case is forwarded to a court of competent jurisdiction. Remember, the magisterial court, that is the Monrovia City Court, has got no jurisdiction over such a matter. So we see one of the defense counselors, being the sister of the former vice president, making her way in a court. We are getting hint that the 15 minutes recess might just be over, and the magistrate is going to rule on the submission. That ruling means either the former vice president could be returned to the Gomez Institute of Medical Sciences there in the Suffolk community to await the preliminary examination and all others, or the former vice president will be whisked away to the big gray tall fence of the Monrovia Central Prison and put behind bars to await the preliminary examination and all other preliminary proceedings. Spoon TV, real-time information we're providing to you. You get it nowhere else except for here. The early morning, bright early morning, has now transitioned to a bit of a windy and more gloomy one. We can only provide you as much information Liberia is witnessing a landmark proceeding. Liberia has had an interim president behind bars at the Monrovia Central Prison. Liberia has had a former Chief Justice sentenced for murder, later overturned. Gloria Musu-Scott is a democratically elected former vice president facing serious criminal charges, especially not corruption-related charges, but drug-related charges. The West African sub-region, sub-Saharan Africa, has been used as a basin, a launching pad, a transit point for transnational drug cartels. A nation that discovered $317 million worth of compressed cocaine pallets. at the Roberts International Airport, 6 trays or trunks or boxes of cocaine worth 19 million were intended for export to Brussels, then onward to the United Kingdom. We've seen recusals, dismissals, suspensions, and the rest. What we're seeing now is a lady who once occupied the executive mansion as First Lady of the Republic, the Capitol as Senator, the Capitol again as President of the Senate when she served as Vice President, is now on the defendant's bench facing huge drug-related charges. Jua Taylor, when she arrived here at the grounds of the Temple of Justice, I could see her just getting a sneak peek through the tinted windows of the white pickup. She looked a sad figure. She did have her chins in her palm. She leaned over, she slumped backwards. She looked in despair. The look in her eyes were blank. You could see the look of someone under immense pressure. One particular movement of hers was when she looked up at the Temple of Justice. She looked, she shook her head, and she bowed her head again. She walked, not so much with a lot of vigor, into the Monrovia City Court, wearing green, a predominant green gown with some white and black, coloring in the gown, black hair tie, and a black flat shoes. The once executive is now a criminal defendant. An arrest that sends shockwaves not just throughout the length and breadth and the bailiwick of Liberia, but also all across the world. International stations, international wires have been carrying this story. The once powerful number 2 in the Republic of Liberia is now a mere criminal defendant. Her lawyers are arguing that she should be given compassionate detention and taken to the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, where she was admitted for 5 days. But that decision as to where will be her next destination, rests surely and solely with the magistrate of the Monrovia City Court. Whether or not medical emergency is going to take precedent, preservation of life is going to take precedent, or the judge is going to look at the medical discharge records that states she's stable enough and she should be at the Monrovia Central Prison like every other pre-trial detainee. The name Jua Howard Taylor, the face Jua Howard Taylor was seen on calendars, on posters, on the rest in Liberia from the late 90s up to the early 2000s. Her face again appeared not just on t-shirts, banners, headscarves, billboards, and the rest, but appeared on the ballot when she did run for the Senate and won 2 occasions, representing Bong County. Her name and her face again appeared on the ballot in 2017 as vice presidential candidate to the ticket of the Coalition for Democratic Change. An overwhelming victory then saw her inaugurated alongside President Weah to serve as president or vice president of the Republic. But today, her face, her image, her videos, it's not about movements of prestige. It is not about attending high-profile seminars. It's about being a criminal defendant. She was not handcuffed when she walked into the court. No, she had no handcuff on her hands. But whether all that is going to change. So the Spoon Network has got in its possession the charge sheet and the writ of arrest of the former Vice President Jua Howard Taylor. So we will read the charge sheets, we will read the writ of arrest as well. It seems the 15 minutes over. Crucial 15 minutes. Those 15 minutes has got Jua Howard Taylor on pins and needles. She will determine whether or not she will spend pre-trial detention at the Monrovia Central Prison. So Nelson, I've got the charge sheet, the writ of arrest as well. It's a bulky document, but we'll do our best to read the charge sheet from the police. It's even got her pictures. She's got pictures. So first is the writ of arrest, details of the offense. It states that in 2021, Sheikh Bashiru Kante brought to Liberia Taras Zarireko alias Tony and Morville Vorak alias Michael. While the two foreign nationals were in Liberia, they conspired with Sheikh Bashiru Kante to import and export cocaine in and out of Liberia to Europe. In the same 2021, Taras Zarireko and Mihovi Vorak Michael and their cohorts, to include but not limited to Sheikh Bashiru Kante, purposely decided to contact top-level government officials in order to protect their organized transnational crime scheme, trafficking in cocaine. As such, Sheikh Bashiru Kante in the year 2022 introduced Taras Zarireko and Mohovi Vorak to defendant Jua Howard Taylor, then Vice President of the Republic of Liberia and a close associate to Sheikh Bashiru Kante. So this first part of the detail of the offense says that Sheikh Bashiru Kante brought in the country two foreign nationals to deliberately engage in cocaine trafficking and cocaine importation and exportation, and that in 2022, the same Sheikh Bashiru Kante introduced these foreign nationals to Vice President Jua Howard Taylor. Back to the sheet. After the introduction, defendant Jua Howard Taylor met with Sheikh Bashiru Kante, Zarireko, and Moville Vorak at her Sophie residence located in Congo Town. That was in 2022. During the meeting, the defendant Jua Howard Taylor at her residence, Taras Zarireko and Moville Vorak invited her to travel to Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, to meet with their boss named Nikolai Ivanik. So what the state is alleging, that after Vice President Jua Howard Taylor, as of the time in 2022, met with these two foreign nationals, she was then invited to travel to Dubai, that is the United Arab Emirates, to meet with the boss, Ivanish, a Croatian national and a kingpin, that is a ringleader of the cocaine transnational crime cartel. In Dubai, the prosecution is alleging that the former vice president lodged at the H Hotel. The hotel name is the H Hotel, located at the Trade Center roundabout Sheikh Zayed Road, while the meeting was held at about using Liberia as a transit point for the illicit trafficking of cocaine, to which she agreed. So the prosecution is alleging in the offense detail that the former vice president, knowingly having met with these two European nationals, traveled to Dubai to meet with the alleged or the reported kingpin, one Nikolai Ivanish, and her hotel she stayed in is known as the H Hotel, located at the Trade Center Road, about the Sheikh Zayed Road. So, and the meeting was held purposely for drug trafficking and to use Liberia as a transit pad for drug trafficking. So, and while defendant Jua Howard Taylor was in Dubai, she received 45,000 United States dollars by Nikolai Ivanish. So that's what the prosecution is alleging, that what the former vice president, while serving as vice president in 2022, was in Dubai, having met with the alleged ringleader or kingpin of this transnational drug trafficking organization. She received 45,000 United States dollars to shopping, to buy fine clothes, and she was in the presence of Sheikh Bashiru Kante, Taras Zarireko, and Mohovil Vorak. Upon defendant Jua Howard Taylor returned to Liberia, she maintained strong ties with the cocaine cartel. She requested and received 75,000 United States dollars from the hierarchy of the cartel through Sheikh Bashiru Kante for her entity, Jua Starfish Foundation. So what the prosecution again is alleging is that the former vice president received money knowingly from a cocaine cartel, 75,000. She requested and received that amount through her foundation, the Jua Starfish Foundation. While the cartel continues to import and export cocaine in and out of Liberia, she was allegedly receiving the money. And again, the sheet is also alleging that she still maintains strong contact and received $15,000 from operating cells through Sheikh Bashiru from the same Nicola Ivanish. And the kingpin is heard in an audio recording. So the state is alleging that they have an audio recording as well, you know, where she was discussing receiving money from the cartel from 45,000, 75,000, 15,000. And the state is saying they've got audio recordings as well. So we see some movements. Nelson, we will remain live. We'll provide you all of what we have. This is first-hand information. So the court has granted a request for preliminary examination, and the release for compassionate release there has been denied. So Jua Howard Taylor will be taken to the Monrovia Central Prison, folks. The court has granted the preliminary examination of evidence that was prayed for by the defendants, the defense counsel, but the court has denied the compassionate release on medical emergency. So Jua Howard Taylor, former vice president of the Republic of Liberia, will be taken to the Monrovia Central Prison, where she will be held in remand until the duration of this preliminary hearings and subsequent legal proceedings. So Jua Howard Taylor, former vice president of the Republic of Liberia, is going to be sent to the Monrovia Central Prison. That is the ruling of the Monrovia City Court. So the submission made by her lawyers denied in part. One part accepted. That part is for preliminary examination of evidence, which is part of the due process in Liberia. But the other part of compassionate medical leave for her to be held at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, the hospital where she spent 5 days, has been denied. So breaking news, former Vice President Jua Howard Taylor will be making her way to the Monrovia Central Prison. So folks, that is the breaking news. We are awaiting her to exit the court. She will be brought out. Whether or not she will be handcuffed, we will watch that. When she entered the court, she wasn't handcuffed, but now we will see her exit, whether or not she will be wearing handcuffs on her wrist. The state is saying they've got audio recordings, they've got meeting minutes, they've got financial transaction paper trail. The state is saying Jua Howard Taylor knowingly conspired to use Liberia as a launching pad for drugs importation and exportation. Cameras are trimmed. The country is on edge. Once powerful number two in the Republic is about to be sent to the Monrovia Central Prison. Haji is going to be set. Haji is going to start rolling live to bring us scenes from the Monrovia Central Prison as we make our way. So Haji Masale, once you go live, please do go live for us. Haji, if you're hearing me, just answer. Go live for us. So the breaking news is the former vice president is making her way. Once she exits this court, her next destination is Monrovia Central Prison, known as South Beach. The famous beast is being positioned just before the vehicle. We'll see whether she will be handcuffed from the police lines being formed. The police using their batons as a shield, as a makeshift barricade. former President Weah is expected in country on the 27th. And we see the sheriff is coming out. And 7 minutes each team had to argue. The prosecution argued that it has never happened in our jurisdiction that a criminal defendant facing such serious charges be led to receive compassionate medical leave or medical detention. The defense argued that her medical condition was dire and life-threatening, and she needed to be kept at the Gomez Institute of Medical Science, but the judge has denied that. Preliminary hearing, preliminary examination of evidence granted, but Chua Howard Taylor will not be taken back to the Gomez Institute. Rather, she will be taken to the Monrovia Central Prison, known as South Beach. We read the details of the offense as is alleged by the prosecution, that is the state. The police set, the country watches on. Liberians home and abroad want to get a glimpse of Chua Howard Taylor. 8 counts, 8 charges, 8 crimes. We see one of our defense counsels, Garrison Dode Yelu, is speaking to the sheriff. While in court, the writ of arrest was presented to the former vice president. Her team and her signed for it. We are waiting for when she will exit. The defense had a half victory where their request for preliminary examination of evidence was granted by the judge, but the prosecution scored a victory where they argued that she should be remanded at the Monrovia Central Prison and not at the Gomez Institute, where she was poised, according to her lawyers, to receive medical attention. Keep watching. As to when next the judge will slate for the preliminary examination of evidence, we will provide you that information later. But the prosecution is alleging that the former vice president received $45,000 to shopping when she was in Dubai from the kingpin of the cartel. The prosecution is alleging that she received another amount, $15,000, through her foundation, $75,000 through the Jewel Starfish Foundation. And so far, they're saying they even have audio recordings of her meeting with the known drug kingpin, Nikolai Ivanich, a Croatian national. The prosecution is alleging that in 2021, the former vice president met with Sheikh Bashiru Kante, where he brought in 2 European nationals in 2021 to establish Liberia as a launching pad for their transnational illegal drug trafficking. But then in 2022, according to the offense details, the former vice president went to Dubai and was lodged at the H Hotel on King Said Road, where she was given $45,000 by Nikola Ivanich, who is alleged as the kingpin of the transnational drug trafficking organization. So keep watching the Spoon Network. We see the 102 of the Liberian National Police, Nelson Freeman, the counselor, is making his way in the Monrovia City Court. So Jua Howard Taylor goes to the Monrovia Central Prison, not as a visitor, but now as a pre-trial detainee. So the charge sheet is in our possession. From all indications, she's coming out. Cameras are trimmed. The sheriff's first outside. There she is. Jua Howard Taylor. Her eyes are really red. So the former vice president is being put on the vehicle, and the next destination is the Monrovia Central Prison. So the former vice president is on board, and there she is. She's been taken. Her relatives are crying. Her relatives are crying. She's on board. She's on board that vehicle. So that pickup has got Vice President Jua Howard Taylor, flanked by security vehicles, reactions, crying, and the rest. So this motorcade is going straight to the Monrovia Central Prison. Jua Howard Taylor makes her way as a pre-trial detainee at the Monrovia Central Prison. So we have another team there at the Monrovia Central Prison. They will provide you coverage from there. We'll do our best to link up with them. But Nelson, as we wrap up quickly, the charges against the former vice president, read them, and we will post them on our page as well. This is from the Ministry of Justice. She's charged with, under Chapter 14 of the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act of 2023, Chapters 10, 12, and 15, Sections 14.83 on licensed importation of controlled drugs or substance, 14.84 on unlicensed exportation of controlled drugs and substances, 14.85 on licensed sale, trading, administration, dispensation, delivery, distribution, dispatch, in transit, and transportation of a controlled drug or substance, 14.93 illicit trafficking, 10.2 criminal solicitation, 10.4 criminal conspiracy, and 15.1, that's 15.52.1 money laundering, and 12.5 aiding consummation of crime. So there has been another one added here. So the aiding consummation of crime is just added to this. So the prosecution is alleging that the former vice president met with Sheikh Bashiru Kante and two other European nationals.
Howdy, y'all from Texas. How you guys doing? Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Wherever you're watching from, thank you for being so long and watching. Let me bring somebody on here if I be alone. So, hey, you guys, please share the show. Continue to share the show, please. Oh, Mira. This girl over her daddy to come on every time. she protesting right now. Her daddy's a stupid, so we know some people like to protest. That's what Mira is doing right now.
The low meditating here.
Yep.
But she's not a stone throwing Meritano.
Right. So hey everyone, please share the show and come back here. Let's talk about the good, the bad, and ugly of our country. As we always like to tell you, we're the last voice that you hear, voices that you hear before you go to sleep. You talk our before you go lay down. You gotta hear somebody, like it's like a bedtime story. We have to send you to bed before you go, right? After you finish hearing all the big voices, can hear our noble voices before you go to sleep. And we appreciate you for doing that. Okay, share. Yeah, we're not journalists. We're just young Liberians who are passionate about our country and want to see the good things being done, the right things being done, and we come here to talk our own, what's going on and how we can all fix it and what we can do and what we see happening. Okay, today was another sad day. Like I said before, don't beat me up, okay? It's sad for me. I tell you, I have a little soft spot for this lady. Doesn't mean I don't want the right thing to be done. That's not what I'm saying, right? But it's a bit shocking, and I have a little soft spot for her. And I feel bad seeing her going, crying and stuff. It doesn't mean I don't want for the right thing to be done, but I'm a human. I have my right to be sad, and it's emotions come out whenever, and some people say that's my female bias. Could be, I don't know, but yes, it was a little, something moment for me as well. Yeah, but anyways, thank you guys for being here. Go ahead, Formula. You just because since the whole thing started with just you today, so you tell us what has been going on with you and how do you feel about it and what's your thought on this? What happened today in our country, the first time in our country to see a vice president, a former vice president going to prison for for a crime. It doesn't matter what kind of crime it is, right? For a crime. That's something that we have never seen before in Liberia. Okay. So this is should I call it a precedent, a milestone, or however you want to say it. It's the bittersweet moment. Some people see it as oh my God, Liberia has finally done something like this. So that means no one is treated above the law, right? Whether be it today or tomorrow, or the government now wants to come next, whatever you're doing as you're working in government, you better be careful because the precedent has been set. From now on, you are not above the law. Everyone, as you do it, you will get caught. And anyone who that said, not even prosecutors or investigators will look at former vice president and say, you know what? That lady is into cocaine. Let's investigate her. That lady is doing something wrong because of the prestige of that this woman carries. Like nobody who look at her, and I'm not saying she's guilty yet, right? You understand? Until proven guilty, but no one would have thought she would ever be accused of anything like this, or crime like these, till today. So, it's a bit hard for me. So, sorry if I'm like, don't shoot me yet, okay? That my own are talking. When you can't tell your own. So yeah, no one would have thought she would be accused of a crime like that. But it was an investigation that was being carried out, and it pointed them to that direction, right? So just because you think you're up there, it will never catch me because I'm this big shot. I'm this. You never know who might snitch, who might, who you're interacting with. Because I know it's not just one person. Somebody in your circle might say something. So be careful. The precedent has been set. No one is treated above the law. I don't know if they got the claw on the justice to tie the fist now or whatever. But anyways, go ahead. What is your take on this whole thing? What your emotion? I can tell from when I face on the way you do your face, I can already tell. But Go ahead. Please.
Well, it's nice to be back, and you know, it's always an honor to share a platform with you and to give an opinion on happiness in our country, especially the country of our birth. So, there's been a lot happening in the country, and where it has reached now, once these litigation are going on in the court, I tend not to really want to speak into the litigation, because I'm trying as much as possible not to, because there's an ongoing investigation. It has gone to the court, and the former vice president has been remanded. But there's a lot more to unpackage from the court of public opinion. Like all of us now, we got to bring her to, while they're doing it on our other side, we in the public space, we have to use our own ingenuity to sit in our own courthouses and try to piece things together. And before I start, let me also start by saying my condolences to the people of Grand Bassa County and the people of Bond County. They lost their son, very vibrant ex-superintendent and aspirant, and one of the key voices of the opposition, CDC in Grand Bassa County, forced to the cold hands of death. And also the former superintendent of Bond County, I learned that he also lost his life that couple of days or an hour after prior to the Bassa man going to so my condolences to the people of Grand Bassa and Bond County respectively.
Thank you.
I'm a true patriot. That's what we do. When one of our brothers fall, regardless of their affiliation, it's just good.
I'll tell you thank you for my mommy's sake. Thank you.
Yeah, come and just say it. The former vice president. To be honest with you, I'm so pleased with her. Because the way she carried herself, a little of repute. She has this personality, a very calm and demure personality. She's not, even though she went into a collaboration with a party that do not show decency, that carry themselves in a reckless manner. But she was completely different. You could see that when she was actually actively into politics, like the campaign, her posture, the way she was carefully, articulating out there, how she was sending out her messages out there. The tone was completely different, and you could see that she's a woman with a complete different upbringing and orientation. So I understand the sentiment attached to it, but this is where we are. There's a new standard. There's a new precedent being set. In past time, she's not the first person. She's not the first big person to be investigated and tried. Our former president, the late Judy Bryan, who was an interim president, was also investigated, tried, and sentenced. So Joelle Taylor is not the last. She's not the first, and she's not going to be the last. There are more people. So this is about accountability, giving an account of your stewardship when you were in position, when you were in an office, in a position entrusted to you by the Liberian people. How well did you use it? They use it to elevate the livelihood of our people, to elevate the standard of living of our people, to elevate our country in a right direction, setting the country on a right trajectory, or you using your office to Nicodemously go into a cohort with criminal network and desecrate the sacredness of that office you in, and then the entire country at last. Because this thing is not only watched by local media, our country has been, discussed on so many international and other foreign medias. So President Boubacar administration is setting precedent. The issue about impunity should be kicked out of our society. No more big man show. Oh, the person is a big man. Oh, the person is a big man. The law is the law. And thank God they echo this particular phrase. The law is the law. And all we can say that these charges brought against Joel, the former vice president, the government should bring up strong evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Because that's what the law says. While it is true, other people who are already convicted her. There are some elements already convicting her based on the association, based on these, based on whatsoever they believe in. They're already convicting her. But that's not how the law works. That's why they always say the law does not base its judgment on speculation. You have to come with a prima facie evidence, and evidence beyond all reasonable doubt.
So,
and with the team of lawyers that she has, they're going to go in there and look at all of those charges, and then they will defend every inch of it
and dismantle it.
Like how the message, we're going to deconstruct it. Samuel Twe. We'll go and deconstruct it.
What's his name? Kofa.
Kofa Funati. Going to deconstruct their lies. So go to the court and deconstruct all those things that have been levied against her, and prove also beyond reasonable doubt that there is no way that your client was involved in any shady deeds.
Right.
Using your office, using your influence to get those drugs network established in Liberia, setting up a base, and then taking things out of there. But let me get this thing clear. The Liberian people, let me make this thing clear to you. Let nobody go and cajole you and tell you, say, because I've seen so many people writing, oh, they're bringing drugs and it has damaged our youth, and this the drugs that no. This network that President Boubacar, this cartel that President Boubacar is trying to dismantle, is not a cartel for Liberian market. Let's get this clear.
No, they're playing the politics and brainwashing
This
them.
particular market is not a Liberian market. What President Boubacar is fighting is the image of the country internationally, because these substances are being parceled and being put together, assembled in Liberia, and shipped to European countries and other countries internationally. So nobody will fool you, tell you, say, oh, the cocaine that they bring in here, that hey, your boys are taking in the freezing, all on the street, all in the graveyard. That is a blatant lie from here. Those cheap substances that our brothers are taking over there, they are making it to end up in the graveyard, are substances that are locally and sub-regionally put together. Those dirty stuff coming from our neighboring country. These are not substances that are made for Liberian market. The cocaine we are talking about are not bound for Liberian market. That's the reason why you see they say it's a transnational network. It's not Liberia. Nobody in Liberia, all the people who taking drugs in Liberia, they get money to buy cocaine. They get money for cocaine. Cocaine is taken by big people. People who get money.
Cocaine is like chicken. Why you eating kid's meat?
So let nobody be lying to you and be telling you, say, oh, that drugs that the people bringing, that ain't messing our people in all, that ain't carrying them all on the street, that ain't putting this, that ain't putting soap on their feet and making them walking on the street with dirty cloth around their foot. This is not cocaine.
Kush is kid's meat. Cocaine, not chicken.
So let's just establish that. We are trying to tell you that the government is trying to break the network, because those network, if allowed to continue to permeate, they destabilize this country. They infiltrate. You already know how they were able to infiltrate our national security architecture. They try to compromise all of those systems, and in the end, the next thing they're going to do, they're going to influence the national government. They, for the executive, they will, and then once they take control of the executive, you already know now Liberia will be labeled as a narco state.
Absolutely. And
So-
that's what, oh, go ahead. And
So we don't want to reach that level. That's the reason why President Boubacar, in his farsightedness and the wisdom bestowed upon him by our ancestors and the great creator, today he has been able to dismantle so many cartels. He has been able to dismantle the Res cartel. He has been able to dismantle the gasoline cartel, and today he is dismantling another cartel called the drugs cartel. He is making sure, supporting the security architecture with the aid and support of our international friends, with the aid and support of the America DEA, the Department of Homeland Security giving its support. The Dutch are involved. We have asked the Moroccans and a lot of our friends internationally to come and aid us in this investigation, so that we can get to the root of it, so that we can dislodge these guys off our country, so that the president is sending a signal to those guys, say Liberia is not a ground, Liberia is not a station point for you, Liberia is not hospitable to those of you who are involved into these illicit substances, in these narco businesses. Liberia is not a go zone for you. So take your stuff out of our region, take your stuff off our coast, and take it to where you can do it to other regions. But our hands are not involved into that. We wash our hands off. So President Boubacar has sent up a signal to them and say, look, Liberia is not open for that business. We are open for any other business that will promote peace, unity, growth, and development, but it is not open for any narco business. And that's the reason why President Boubacar was open. He was quick to invite his friends. We invited the Americans. We invited the Dutch. We invited the Moroccans. We invited the Rwandans. There are a lot of other people helping in this investigation to make sure, because this is a transnational organization. They have not been able to. You already see how the United States government is fighting to dislodge them, bumping their submarine, bumping their boats, and doing a lot. But yet and still, these are powerful networks. They have so many ways. And Liberia is a small country with porous border. We don't have, our security architecture has not reached the level yet to mount that kind of for consistent surveillance to watch all of our entry and exit point. So we always lean on the Americans for intelligence. We help. So Liberians, those of you who are home, you should be your own security. You see something, say something. You see anybody just running around doing funny stuff, call. Let's look into it. And we live in the age of information now. Everything is on social media. Once information get out there, the necessary authority will investigate, will put an eye into that. So let us protect our country from these narco terrorists, and so that it can safeguard the future of our children. I give back to you, Amy.
Absolutely. So this is why we are here all the time, trying to alarm too, because people I don't want to say people in Liberia. I don't know if it's politics or because sometimes I say the people who are in Liberia, they are the one who, some of them here, right? If you were naive, then we expect you to have a open mind now, or eyes open, because of the society that you live in now. But unfortunately, they're saying you can bring the take the man from the bush, but you can't take the bush out of it. It still works with some people. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but some of the writing that you see, some of the posts that you see, you'll be like, okay, so I thought our problem was the people who are still, local, but no, it's not. Most of the people who claim to have the BB degrees, I don't apologize. If it's intentional, I don't know, but sometimes it hurts my head, right? People come here and say, oh, but they just said big B hands in the government. Why aren't they going after them, right? Why aren't they going after other people? Why are they just going after people in the opposition? So I said to somebody, I said, do you want the right people held accountable for what is going on in order for it to slow down or stop? Or you just want people from, okay, so when I grab one person from this side, I go grab somebody from that side too. Whether they involved or not. Is that what you want? It would make you feel better? Because the whole mentality of, because if you're in, or if you're a ruling party and you're arresting somebody from the opposition, it's all politics. Okay, this is where you as a citizen, now this is where you come in. You want to make sure, call for transparency, right? Call for a free and fair investigation. This is where you're supposed to be. Not saying that, if they're not grab somebody from opposition, they have to grab somebody from a ruling party. So all the other people who they are dismissing from or suspending from entities and stuff like that, I mean, does that make any difference? Or it has to be somebody on top? And if having guardians or somebody on top, and like I said before, they did not just look at a VP. And if anybody who sit here and say that, they're trying to play politics, this is about the opposition. Nobody would have, if this is what it was, the former VP would not be the one. She would not, because she's not anybody who causing trouble in the country, to say, they should not have a good relationship with the government or with these people, so they will go after her and leave the people who really needs to be held accountable. No one would have ever thought about her. Investigation led them to her. This is what people don't know, and they're brainwashing them with it, and most of them are gullible. They're swatting it and making those statements, right? So it is very important for us to, say, tell people, sorry about that what is really going on, with these charges they're making. They're talking about seeing all the audio, recordings between her and other people and these guys they're naming, and money and all of that. You better be able to prove all of these things. And I don't think anybody was going to arrest a former vice president making all these noise in the country if you don't have that, because it have to be something that put her there. You have to see the text, the videos, the audio, everything. You can't just go by somebody just there. That's not going to cut it in court. It's not going to cut it. This is not going to bring somebody with all of the charges to convict them. So unless this government is out of touch, but I don't think they are that crazy to go that far without having something, that could. We all hope that it just be transparent, that we can see what's going on during trial. We can see the evidence. We can so people can be pleased and satisfied that she really did these things or she did not do it, instead of having a closed door, trial, and then everybody having their own things to say, like they are right now, giving their own theories and everything. So I don't think that would help the country. With that being said, big people, like we call it in Liberia, big people commit crime. You, whether it's small me, when I Zogo, you will be throwing rocks, you'll be taking your stick, you'll be taking your ratchet, everything to mark that Zogo while they're passing. But because that big person, you got something to say, why they doing the woman like that, why they call for the woman. All these things that everybody's saying is not in every case list that you can go and send letters, say, I won't see you, come to the station. Now, when it has so much, I'm not a lawyer, please. Let me make that disclaimer. So, but for, watching my special victim unit and my CSI Miami. I know that TV, okay, but there's some truth in it. Not every case is that they will summon the person when especially when it has so much on you, right? When it's summon you, you're not going back out. I'm sorry, unless they don't have much on you, then maybe you something or they're trying to get you to give somebody up. So I mean, everybody, oh, why they didn't send for her? Why they disgrace the woman? What I mean, what? It wasn't gonna be any difference if they would have gone to her house or sent for her and called her. And what they,
People who says that, people who normally say that is frustrating to even hear people say that, because we have seen even in this United States, we have seen the president, even our current president was arraigned and went to court. You have seen so many people being arraigned. And what happened with the Jewel case, it just happened when the government was already concluding evidence and were already trying to get the court to issue an indictment. And that was the same time the joint security received an intel that the vice president was on her way out of the country. So, and nobody know when she was going to get back. So the security had no option but to move in right away. It is not, listen, the government is not witch hunting anybody.
at least not her.
President Obama has said it. For those of you who think that you are witches and you're being haunted, he said witches are the only one who are being haunted. So if you think that you are a wizard or you are a witch, then get ready to be haunted. Because you already know witches does only one thing. They will feed on your blood and put you in a condition that you yourself will know that you're not supposed to be in. So we are saying, let us give the investigation a chance. Let us give the legal process a chance. The police have done their part. They have gathered the pieces of evidence. They went before the grand jury. The grand jury look at those evidence and say, oh yeah, there's a reason for indictment. So they read the charges and they indicted her. So we just asked for a speedy trial. We just asked for a free, fair, and transparent trial. And it was even if it was me, I was going to accept the recommendation from Herman Costa that this kind of a trial, they should try to televise it, get a few media group, reputable media institution in the courthouse.
Yeah,
and let's see how these litigations are going out. Let the Liberian people see firsthand on how the prosecution counsel can present those evidence before the court, and people can hear these things and see how the defense counsel will object to them and try to defend their client, to exonerate their client from that.
Yeah.
But I know that the joint security had got a very solid evidence that was enough to say, oh yes, let's reach out to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Let's reach out to the chief executive to review them and ask whether we can move, because this was a conclusive and well thought of investigative process. There are still folks out there that the government is going to get in, that there are still people of interest, and there are a lot of people behind that the government is still looking into. Because we want Liberia to be a country where people will not continue to think that because you are a big man, you can use your power or your influence and abuse the right of the country, abuse the right of the people. Then you come back to that same country after you finish abusing them and frustrating the youth, and then you come back, you ask for political power, you want them to give it to you, you want to remain in power till you die. So this culture of impunity is what President Barker is trying to kick out of Liberia. There's too much of entitlement. That's why I say many of these young people that are running around here insulting and opening all the Facebook accounts and just opening fake pages, fake account, and saying all kind of derogatory stuff, saying all the things that doesn't even make sense, that's not even adding up. it just surmised to me that the young people need so much help. They
Yeah.
need help. And everybody involved into politics. Everybody involved into politics. Everybody giving their opinion. And many times when you hear some of them giving their opinion, it just hurts your head and
Frustrating.
your heart. Imagine, I saw a video circulating on the internet that I think it was Spoon journalist who went and asking young people on the street, on one of the most conscious street where they have the Center for the Exchange of Intellectual Opinion, CEO, the most sacred area where intellectual exchanges are always taking place. Imagine they interview some young folks over there, they can hardly express themselves. All you can hear them saying is just, babbling, just saying stuff that doesn't even make sense. Sometimes I just pity them. I say, imagine all the youthful energy you have, and all you have to do is just to stand over there and just say stuff. So somebody will make a video and even say, oh, Liberian young boys are lazy. Liberian men are lazy. There's a girl that posted that video. Say Liberian men are lazy. If they don't get government job, they can't do nothing else. Everybody just want government job. They don't want to do business, but they want to love to a business woman. They don't want to.
What?
Yeah, they want a business woman. They want a woman to do business, but they don't want to do business. All they want is a government job. And then I say, oh, I gotta go.
Mother, me that one. She's tormenting her daddy. Yeah, so that's the sad part. Until family comes back. That's the sad thing about our country. And like you said, some of the videos, why is someone is fighting for you as Liberians for the country to be better? People are brainwashing you, telling you that, oh, this person is so wicked. The person is so. President Bouaka is old now. He has grandchildren. He has his children, of course. And I'm pretty sure he's, like he always said during the campaign, this is something, a legacy that he wants to leave. The culture of impunity in the country has gone too long, far too long, and it needed to come to an end. Is everything gravy or in his government? Everybody's no. At this point, everybody kind of looking at everybody with corner eye after this, former vice president arrest and stuff. Everybody looking, he's like, you sure? And that's how it should be, because people are being held accountable. So everybody kind of like corner eye and watching everybody else, right? I can't trust you like that. You can't trust me like that. This is what's going on. Before nobody was thinking about that because people were doing the wrong thing undercover and it will stay there. Nobody will uncover it, but not in this government. That's one thing they're doing. And because of that, people are fighting them from every angle. And that's going to be our next topic when Famla gets back, because I really wanted to hear his thought about this. The whole, war waging against the joint security for guys who are fighting this drug thing is just ridiculous. Okay? It is ridiculous. And at this point, I'm wondering now what's going on. Whom are we fighting for? Is it for Liberia now, or are we fighting for the cartel? What is going on here at this point? And we have to be smart about things. People can't just be presenting, oh, this is evidence, oh, this person said it, and this person said the person a part of it. So why did they arrest this person and they're arresting somebody else? If they arrest somebody, it's because they have evidence. You can't just go arrest somebody without having anything, right, to prove why you're arresting that person. What would you say if you take them to court? Or John Brown sat on some platform and said this, or John Brown sat in some European country and wrote this about a person, and what is the evidence? What I mean, do you know how foolish the government will look just because of that? For all of you who say, oh, This person said this about this person here. Why they not arresting that person? Why they not taking that person to court? Do you know how stupid that would be for the government to go do something like that? And they say in court and can't prove it. Imagine if this arrest of the former vice president was just, whoever they were investigating just said something without giving it any proof whatsoever. And then it just ran and went and arrested her. Somebody of that kind. And then they went and arrested her. It went to court. Like today when it went to I guess preliminary hearing or to decide whether she should stay in the hospital or she should be arranged and taken to South Beach. There was another charge added onto those charges, the previous charges that were suddenly against her. So you see, if there was nothing there, there is no way there will be. She's not a small potato. We all know that, right? So you should know. For people to tell you, oh, they just witch hunting her, they just witch hunt. Yeah, well, in court, you won't be able to prove a witch hunt. You will not be. You think the government want to be that stupid? And even if they were witch hunting someone, why would you think that they would choose this lady to witch hunt her? Who would have ever thought anything like any of these charges or whatever? Who would have ever thought this woman? Anybody would even say this woman is involved in anything like that? Who? Not you, not me. And I'm pretty sure when they heard those things that whoever they were investigating that led them to her, I'm pretty sure they were shocked too. And like I said, when I'm watching my little, special victim units and Miami File and CSI, all of that, it's like a permanent person in the community, right? Or like a famous pastor, like a famous, like organization that take care of people in the community, and then everybody love them. Everybody know them to be this cool person. They are up to nothing bad. It's just there for good. Everybody love them. They're looking out for everybody. And then something bad happened. They started investigating. And then the investigators, division started to point to them. People start spilling the bees. People who are in cahoots with them to do the wrong thing start spilling the bees, and it started leading to them. If you have ever watched the show that I'm naming, you will see how shocked and surprised those investigators can be like, what? No, that's not true. Who would I ever thought that this person would be involved? But at the end of the day, they have to do the right thing, even though they don't like it. But they have to arrest the person because that's what the investigation led to. So that's like the same thing that is happening here. I felt bad, and then I started to also console myself and started thinking about it that way, because I know there's no way anybody would be playing politics in this government and choose her. Not her. Okay? This woman, everybody respects her in that country. Despite of whatever her husband has done, everything, people still have respect and love for Joel Howard in Liberia. No matter what you think about her. She had a great relationship with the president's government. Her politics doesn't even go anywhere near that, doing right now. People that you would think would be wish hunt, it's not her. Like, no way. For people to just buy it, well, I know people who always buy into that. Sedition will brainwash that people, and then any lies to tell these people is like, of course, anyway, they believe it. Those people don't surprise me, because I already know. If they can steal from them $6 million, building condominiums all over the place, and then saying that money bill was high, so we couldn't fix roads, so we couldn't do that, but everything was good with them, and they took that. So I can't even be surprised with anything the sedition does, and they try to brainwash that people, and that people buy into all of their lies. But other people that would sit there and think that this government, if they wanted to wish on anybody, they would pick Joel Howard Taylor to wish on, then you're not thinking right. This is how I kind of confused myself. I'm like, yeah, no, it can't. Nobody would have told her that. No, it wouldn't be her. You understand what I'm saying? So for anybody to even think that, to make you believe that this is what's going on, don't believe them, because they want to keep you in that place of thinking that, oh no, it's impossible for B person to be held accountable. That's what they're doing. And with Feminists back, right? We're here. Feminists, we're going to first. Let's go to. I want to keep this topic for the last, right? Let's go to your comrade. What is going on with these dudes? And because I don't see no females with them these days. You been on the river before, so you know how to get on. You want to talk to us. These breed that y'all, I don't know if y'all left there or this new breed of soup. Are they ready cooking or they're just fresh? What is going on with these guys? With it and their advocates, the way they go about doing it. These.
Well, it's
I know you don't want to dig into it, but try.
well, today is it was disheartening, to be honest, to see the manner and form in which these comrades carry themselves. I don't know where is the soup of Wogabi Tapia. Where is the soup of Wiwi Deba? Where is the soup of Tony Richardson? Where is the soup of Momo Lavala? Where is the soup of Irina Nason? Where is the soup of Augustine P. Gafuan? Where is the soup of Kofi Wu? Where's the soup of Wesley Tappet? Where's the soup
Summit where?
of Zaulo Nessin? I hope the police apprehended some of them today.
Look at this. Are these students?
These ones are not. Does this one look like a student? This one? And some of them had a man to even cross and enter the gate today. And this one, the thing you call it one year, you call it one revolutionary. This is not revolutionary.
Put fire in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
And you acting like gangster, looking like
this one just remind me of the Civil War when we had a Civil War.
Hello, welcome to Spoon TV Live. My name is Haji Masale. We are here on Capitol Hill where we are seeing members of the Student Unification Party
They enter the ground.
engaged in the Liberia National Police. You can see the student police are being chased out of Capitol Hill. You can see two police officers there running for their lives. Earlier we saw some police officers who were throwing stones as well at the members of the Student Unification Party, and now the sub members are back on the main street of between the Capitol building and the University of Liberia main campus. Showing through, I can see that glass door being broken in.
wow.
The police officer there, okay, can see people running for their life.
That poor woman could get hurt.
Security officers also escaping. Police should be calling for reinforcement. And the SUP members are still there throwing stone as well.
Okay, I think that's enough. So yeah, this is really. Continue, family.
So this is not one of the aspects that they say students are always right. This is not one of the aspects.
No.
We know what are those things that needed to be done and the channel in which we send our grievances. But I don't know. This today I saw, this was not the soup that I know. But I always reminded some of them, I say, Frank Fanon said every generation must identify its mission. So if this is their own mission that they have identified, that this is the only way in which they can challenge the government, because soup as a massocratic institution, it has always opposed government.
Which is normal. They don't have to agree with the government.
Yeah, always, because they feel that they are the downtrodden. They speak on behalf of the lumpen proletarian and a group of people who cannot speak for themselves. So is this the way you want to speak to them?
Exactly.
Is this the way you want to show to the world that you are, or you? Nobody in the world in a right mind will even look at you as a university student.
Yeah.
Is this how you portray yourself as a university student? Or these were just talks that just come and join the guys in khaki just to cause mayhem and disrupt the free flow of traffic? What has come over these folks? I knew soup, and the soup that we knew were people who were mostly intellectuals.
That's
Will
what
debate
we
the
do.
issue, will go on the Palaver Hall, will discuss the issue lengthily.
Yeah.
I remember the university at that time was the epicenter of intelligentsia. People from around other private universities will come on the campuses of the University of Liberia to drink from the fountain of rationalism and consciousness. They will come there to listen to Kwame Matalo. They will come there to listen to Gabriel Sedi. They will come there to listen to Johnny White. Will come there to listen to Daniel Charles. Will come there to listen to great songs who will articulate the issue with logic and tolerance. But today, I think the revolutionary side is more than the intellectual side. So that's the reason why you see that even the men who preside over the tripartite session that consists of the General Congress, the Central Committee, and the Politburo concomitantly, that the man said is not sophisticated enough. He can barely express himself. You saw how the other guy who sat over there and expatiated his simplicity. He said he was addressing the president of the University of Liberia, and the president just stood up there to look at him, and he said, and he felt that there was something good you were saying, and it went all over the internet. People were sharing it all over. They were not sharing it because you were addressing the issue. They were sharing it because you limited yourself. You were expressing yourself not as a university student, because a university student should never address issue in that manner and form. And then what she did, she stood out there and listened to you. And these are the folks that cry for free education, where we have people far away from Central Monrovia wanting to come to the state capital to get tertiary education. You know the reason why the people reduced the class size before at the State University, where it was only limited to the Johnsons, the Wilsons, to a certain group of people. And you know how hard other people had were fighting for opportunity to come and learn. That Dr. Tupana Tipote, who had to change his name just so he can come to their school to get tertiary education, and now some of you getting that education free of charge and you're abusing it. And then tomorrow you stand there and say, "Oh, the university in a dilapidated state." You know how long that university been in that state? Even the one that the Chinese people built for us, the Chinese building that they built for us at Federal Campus.
Mm-hmm.
Who then went in that bathroom and started clocking the camo with toilet paper, with hard carbon sheet?
Wow.
Not even toilet paper. Start throwing things inside there. And those camos then broke down. And then they start running in the bushes. Say, "Oh, the guests going in the bushes." If you are responsible enough, you go to the bathroom.
So from there, I just want, I mean, because I see these things happening a lot, even in the neighborhood. People, and like when government build areas or streets or whatever, the citizens seem to think that only government is supposed to take care of it. Like what you just said, the new campuses that were built, for the student to be the one to care for it, they want to be doing these things, and then people go after them and claim. I mean, what is this mindset coming from? And then they're talking about this, the campus, like the guy you were just talking about being rude and disrespectful to the president. Talking about, look at the play, looking at it, look at it, like with grass and things. Young, able men, you cannot put yourself together. All of the things that you do, put the group that you spend your whole day in the street and you throwing rocks. You cannot put yourself together on one Saturday or every Saturday to clean around your campuses, right? If
Let a man go clean to the hot for many of those guys that
you can't do that.
or
You're
many of those folks you
you're
see-
being having your dirty
Yeah.
campuses that you can't do. This lady who came and trying to do the right thing, you're being rude to her because you're I mean, I don't get it.
it's not only the students that are doing that. Even
I
there
know,
are some
that's why I
places-
said in the neighborhoods and everything. They
No,
expect
even in the very administration, you know that there are people at that university who think that they cannot be touched, they cannot be questioned, they cannot be queried. Do you know there are people in administration who think that the university is their birthright? They want to stay there till they die, even though they know that they're not contributing anything meaningful to the forward mass of the university. They won't be there collecting free money. Do you know why they had to fight Dr. Lester Tenney? Because many of those people that were trying to get them out, you know how many people teaching at the university as an adjunct professor, and there are so many people over there sitting at our university, they claiming to be teachers, but they are not up to date. Many of them they're taking salary, but they're sending TAs to go teach for them. They will take session to assign session to them, but the student cannot see them. You know how many people working in multiple jobs and they still want to be under the employer university. You don't want for other people to get a chance. There are other students who went for studies and they got educated, they came and they cannot contribute and they're just sitting down because there are other folks who been there and they don't want to give way. They say, oh, they can retire them. They want serve till they die. How do you expect university to progress if there's no innovative mind? When no new ideas coming, everybody using the same old book from the Pedro de Central days.
But is that their choice to make, or there's a law that say if you reach certain age, you're supposed to retire them? Is that a choice to make? Like, I don't want to go anywhere till I die, and I'm staying here. Is it their choice to make?
These folks go through all of these various associations, like the Alpha, they get the Teachers Association, they get the other Alumni Association. They go through all the association to play bassy to disrupt the process. That's why one of the former chairmen just wrote a letter to the president, telling the president, I say, this is about time that the president have to take bold steps.
Yeah.
If it causes you to dissolve the entire stuff, dissolve the whole thing.
And start all over.
And set everything up again. Then everybody reapply. And people then who don't want to work, you cannot stop the progress of other students from the growth and development, because the university education determine the progress of the nation, because there are so many young people who depend on the education to contribute to the growth and development of the country. So you can't have few group of elements just over there
Disrupting.
disrupting the process.
Yeah.
If you think that the university, you cannot teach at a university, or the university is not paying you the way you want them to pay you, leave the
Move on.
university. There are a lot of them that will teaching almost all the other private university, and they see that they want to be teaching university on a part-time basis. You can't even see them. So the university got a lot of issue. And then when other people now who are agents of change, who want to change the system, then they will pass through those student grouping to exacerbate tension on the campus and cause disruption.
That's sad. But let's bring Emmanuel on. He's driving. He want to have a say in this with his camera shut up. Go ahead, Emmanuel. How you doing? Go ahead. Let's have your...
Yeah, let me just stop and say, then I can continue. Yeah, no, when I'm driving, I'll not be on video. So when I finish talking, I'll start to drive again. I'll have to put myself back on.
Okay.
Yeah. So thank you for having me. Family, it's a pleasure to see you. Sis Edmund, thank you. And to those of you following us. On the student issue, it's hard to say. You can't just condemn the student like that when we don't make room for them to strive, for them to do something better. The university itself is not striving to make Liberia a better place. Make Liberia a better place. That's the only university we get in the country. The country's only university. That's the University of Liberia. We should be able to make the people basic. We should try to make them basic. Basic in the positive sense than the way they are doing it now. I have complained about the way SUP have been doing that thing. But sometimes when you sit there and think about the frustration they are faced with, then it's just hard to just condemn them. How people go to school throughout the year and they don't have any kind of innovative projects that will I don't know what other university can even go to take part in science projects or science competition around the world that other universities can do. Like when I was at the University of Missouri of Science and Technology, the different sessions together. Those who do engineering, they got different types. They got those who doing aviation, avionics. They will go to other universities to have a competition. In Rhode Island, the cybersecurity department will go to Groton at the submarine base, go for competition. What competition is our university involved with? How are they engaging the students so that they take their eye from politics and they kind of militancy? Nothing. No innovation, nothing to help them. I have condemned them several times, but sometimes I sit there and think again, then I feel guilty that if I'm making all the things talking to all the people that you complain about them, what is it that they're getting? Yeah, the school buildings there, you see the building year in, year out, for them to paint it, people have to jump in the street and complain before they start to complain, before they even paint school building. St. Ellington, I go say Taylorton to Ellen to Weir to Boaca, we still have leaking classrooms. So these things are frustrating. And when they see their friends when they come from the same houses, going to Zion, going to the AME, the Methodist, going to Stella Maris, and going to Phoebe. I don't got one Phoebe there. I don't got that university in Bangor. How you call it? Cottington, or maybe the one in Maryland. They call it Tubman University. When you go there, you don't hear the noise that we hearing on university campus. You got to pay more attention to them. They engage them. Tubman University last time, my uncle called me to help him set up a online system. They're trying to introduce maritime science, the ocean science there to start studying. the maritime that we're having right there, what had at those school right to marshal there. They're trying to carry to the university level. They trying to engage the students to do something. I just see that people come from different places going there. But what are we doing at the University of Liberia? University of Liberia is dying.
You think the student at the University of Liberia allowing people to engage with them, or you think they always want to put up the militant posture all the time?
Because the engagement is not there. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
engagement is not there. Go to the University of Liberia right now and see whether you can go to the science department and engage in any kind of science project and see whether you come out with something good. The only thing that strives at the University of Liberia that militancy.
Yeah, it's disappointing because I also saw a video of the president did a meeting with the students of the University of Liberia. She had I think it was almost like a open forum, and she was speaking with student leaders and non-student leaders and people, and how they can contribute to her plan on what she wants to do for the university.
Mm-hmm.
They seem goddamn. Even audacious, the chairman went to speak. The teacher that came from the mosque, I was just like, wait now, what's really going on? I don't know whether they guys can be stoned or they can or something else, or they can be hearing stuff or something talking in their head. Where is it going wrong? Where is it going wrong?
Do you think some of these people really want to learn, or they just like get called back on a thing like, because I'm not learning anything, let me just drop everything?
I mean, that's why they say anything that is free, it has so many things about it. That's why I don't like freebies. I don't like it. Because some of the
especially in a society like ours.
Yeah. You know that if you are going to college in the United States,
oof,
and you know you have to go sign up for a loan, if you take those loans,
you know your financial aid,
you already know what hanging on your head. Will you go on campus to go sit down and jump behind somebody to go throw stone?
For what? Are you crazy?
When we were just freshmen at the University of Liberia, way back in 2009, 2010, around there was this guy who was called Comrade Matalo. He always used to be issuing bus ticket. Imagine for people to even get on the bus. Like how we have the case here when the bus can, how they can already stay online, no pushing, no talking, no nothing. They get on the bus quietly to go and come. Grown up men at the university, when you see how we can be sweating, taking some people with cap up and throwing it away.
Wow.
When Matalo used to always come, and he brought all the thing about supposition. Because every time you say university student, oh, it's supposed to be like this. Oh, they're supposed to be like this. They're supposed to be like this. You say everything about university student is supposed. They saw you in the call and say, oh, these are supposition group. Because this entitlement, the university, the chapter that created university state, everything that is run by university come from national government, we agree. But what are we contributing to the university? People don't want to have dialogue and everything. And I don't know what happened to the generation outside university. You come outside on the street.
Mm-hmm.
People think that being vocal or using effective is the only way out. People no longer want to be saver anymore. You hear somebody getting a little argument, you start doing one or two actions, the next thing the person start using the cross words. So now
last time you get your message across. So there.
Now I start to begin to see and agree to some extent with Costa that these young people that are behind this group that call CDC, these are cultists. Because sometimes the way they behave, when you look at it rationally, say, but what kind of people? They are so extreme. Imagine somebody will see something with good vis-a-vis and will come back and when you tell you say, oh, this is it. And once it's associated with their institution that they believe in, they will never ever agree with you.
Different narrative. Yeah. Thank you, Formula. Welcome, Mr. Davis. Even though you're late, we're about to get off soup topic. This is one of the soupest, Mr. Davis. Doing your day, Mr. Davis. Y'all used to be throwing rocks and be police.
I was we were one of the luckiest students on our university campus.
How so?
Yeah, because we were only on our community campus. We didn't go no fan or no nothing. I didn't go. I know.
Do you think that, and that's one thing again? Do y'all think that that campus should stay open, or that university should be moved from that Capitol Hill? That's where it is, right?
It's where they get law school in the master program. I think that you see as a master program level and other smaller program level instead of putting a whisperer in there. They call that say. I don't really know. You see, majority of the people they trying to do they know about war.
Then where do they get these behavior from?
Yeah, so those behavior. I would say behavior, they spoiling the whole, I would say business. Because all the political parties, they after during the election now, from the election, Ellen Johnson election, all the one there, now the start spoiling that, I would say, everybody in the community, I would say, Eagle House, I would say. So what was that? I would say now spoil. Most of the guys, they know nothing about war. Most of the children that are throwing around the day. They know about war.
I hate to see if they did.
Yeah, they eat
but they are behaving as real rebels. Yeah, so if they don't know anything about the war, I hate to see if they did.
Most of them, they think they call Bobo John, they eat it.
Yeah, they not eat patanga ball. They not eat patanga ball. I'll eat them more and run a belly.
Yeah. So most of the children they know nothing about war. So throwing maybe I don't know what's the 14 or something. I don't know, but today it's not necessary to go break the people and security put all the glasses and whatsoever, chunking police. That's what not necessary. Capitol building, you don't want to go protest, you can protest also peacefully. Yeah. Not throwing right. You throw right now, will this solve the problem? It will not solve the problem. Throwing right, we used to protest. We protested and every
you're breaking up, Mr. Davis. Your connection is really bad. Yeah, so guys, this is it, right? I think these people are young, and this is something, if you believe in, this is your school. For the heavy part of it, we say government needs to do it, but cleaning your own campuses, right? With all of the old things and trash and grass being everywhere. For you to sit there and think government should be the one doing it, and you sit there and be doing meditating thing and throwing rocks and want to blame, if these people not doing it, if they're not doing their part, where you can play your part is cleaning your own surrounding first. Do something, and when people see you serious, they will help out. But where you are doing nothing, you just lazy, passing around, and then throwing stone. And now when the police grab or try to my hand or something, because if you doing that, this is where you when they try to grab you and throw you in the car inside them, they were peaceful student and protesting, they were peaceful student. This is no peaceful student. You could have hurt somebody. You saw that lady running. The police people, they are now sponge. They are now plastics. They are human beings. Those rocks you are storing and you breaking people's properties. Police are there to protect lives and property. And if you're being caught, you're not acting like student. They shouldn't treat you like one. You're acting like a gangster. That's what they should treat you like. If that's their way of putting, and people want to say, oh, because they're not doing this for them, because they're not. I understand that, but that's not the way to go about it. I'm sorry. That is not the way to go about it. To be destroying other people's properties and be trying to harm somebody else, trying to hurt other people, and that's the way that you go about, especially like grievance. Everybody in the country are angry. They got their own something that you go around and try to hurt other people or try to break people's properties, and that will be right because the country is like this, the country is like that. No, you can't encourage stuff like that. They can sit down and dialogue. They can sit down and be responsible. You don't have to be destructive all the time. That is not getting your point anywhere. Now look at what we're discussing. Instead of us discussing what you want, well, you're talking about your behavior, the way putting fire in the middle of the street. that rebel behavior. You're not getting anything with that. There's no way you're getting anything done with that. Okay, and I hope the police arrested some of them. There's nothing should excuse that behavior. There are ways you can sit down and talk about it. And like Formula said, even when the president tried to engage them, the university president, nobody want to sit down because everybody think they want to, when they start doing that, then everybody jump behind them because they don't want to. Some of them don't want to be in classes. They're just there because it's free. Their parents not paying for it. It's not their money. It's not. If your parents were working doing that little potato and paying for that, you would know that you're not supposed to be doing that nonsense. You have to hurry up and get out of there. Yes, there are a lot of bad things going on in the need to something, but that is not the way to go about it. You can't be encouraging stuff like this. And I don't think that university campus is still open for people like that. They should move that campus, like you said, like maybe master's or doctorate degree. They should be in that city. Everybody else should go in the bush where they like to act like they come from. That's where they belong. Then maybe they will know that if they have to walk from there or pay their way to come from there before they start acting like a clowns, like they are, then maybe they will know how to behave next time. But no, they shouldn't leave that campus open for them. It's normal for you to disagree with government. That's what we heard. Some of us have heard soup done over the years, right? But this new way of going about doing it is wrong. It's totally wrong. I just don't have tolerance for a lot of nonsense. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be like that, but no, this is not the way people should go about, especially students. You're supposed to be students, acting like thugs, acting like, let me say, President Boga, hooligans. You know what I'm saying? President Boga did not do investigation. He said that hooligans, that people name. You know, there's no way for you to get anything across. You are not gonna get it like that, and you need to put your lazy pants on and clean around your surrounding yourself. Why you arguing for other things to be done? Clean up the damn campus. It's dirty. You got grass and stuff. You are young, able-bodied men. That is your surrounding. That is your house. You're the one who's sitting there. Those people that you're not sitting there, the heavy part, building and constructing and renovating, that is above your pay grade. That is above what you can do. So I will understand if the renovation part, that's not your place. But cleaning the grass and then passing around showing, the grass been cleaning here, get your lazy behind up and do something. If you're going to school free anyways, and you got time on your hands to be passing around and be throwing rocks, you can sit your butt down and plan and put yourself in group and clean up your campuses. And let the government or whoever that take it, let them deal with the rest of it. How about that? Instead of having all the extra time to be putting fire in the middle of the street. Oh, Gregory Coleman, where are you? This is why there's so much after Gregory Coleman, and that leads us into our next topic, guys. So this whole drug cartel hunting thing, right? It's at this point, I have a question, right? Who are these? Let me read one line of what now. What's the guy name? Martin Colley came and wrote today. Where did I put it? Here I am again. So he said something today before his last post he made. Putting some pictures up. He said it's time for everyone to open their eyes and put politics aside. Join us to fight a drug-free Liberia. The cartel must be dismantled. We are posting these pictures. Well, you can see the pictures right now. You know, just that sentence alone, right? Join us and let's put politics aside. From the way things are going now, guys, is Mountain Colley, is he fighting for Liberia? Is he fighting for the cartel? Is he putting politics? I mean, what do you think? From the accessions and all of the... Are you still driving, Emmanuel? I want you, because I have my own thing to say. So, from that, you can. I'll start from you. You but you think about
I think you let me kind because anytime my internet can call up because of the highway, I beg you.
All right, go ahead.
I keep dropping in and out. Yeah, please, I beg you.
Yeah, Amy, I wanted to jump in, but I don't think I can continue now because this little toddler is not giving me a chance. Now I have to get her back inside there to sleep.
I really want you to speak on this. You can. There might be something.
Yeah, let him tell him go. I'll wait.
Yeah. Listen, I have known Martin Colley for a very long time, way back from our days in St. Mary's.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, we used to call him the Infallible. That was the name we used to call him because when we all were Quasar. Yeah, it was just from the fact that Martin Colley always felt that he knew everything, you know. And at this point in the investigation, I just quickly recommended to the Joint Security to just focus on their work and just forget about the distraction. Because what Martin is doing now is not even adding up. Martin want to break down and do this unnecessary chest beating that he is not because he wants to fight drugs, that drugs fighting want to make Liberia a drugs-free society. Because Martin know goddamn well that the drugs that he's talking about is not bound for Liberian market. I said that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's a transshipment. It's a drug that has been passed and sent to other countries and Liberia used as a staging ground. So if you want to fight drugs, man, should have come ever since they talk about the drugs that are coming from Sierra Leone, those cheap drugs that the boys can easily lay their hands on. That's the one he should come and be discussing. But Martin want to say, oh yeah, I don't want. He want to get a record that I don't want brought down the DEA boss. I brought down the police IG. Then the next area he going now. Imagine Martin threatening the EPS boss, and then he finish from there. He going to what next? He going to NSA.
So in that case now, is he really fighting for Liberia?
These are all just blanket allegations. We are not dismissing the fact that some of the issues that he raised from the beginning of the investigation are false. But these were information that the job security already have.
Mhm.
So being a social media influencer and a content creator, all right. But Martin is just running all around the place, going all over in circle, grabbing this one, and not even coming. Oh, all right.
Let you, man, go ahead. You'll come back and then go. Me not ready on your case tonight. But go ahead, man. Let's hear you.
Man, Sunday night fire legal practicing or Sunday school. Let's so I'll go selection. Yeah, let me thank you. For me, the way I see the Joel Howard Taylor case, that how I see this Martin Cody issue. Since you say you got recordings, you got videos, you got bank accounts, I'll wait. No matter how I feel, once they have to do an investigation, I like to wait until it reach the end. Let me tell you,
But how long, Emmanuel? Martin Cody been giving us 48 hours for 2 months now.
It doesn't matter. Like I said,
challenging him, and he jumped from one place when it's not a cartel, it's PPCC, is somebody else. It's kind of we are Daisy, from in the circle. In Martin Koli Okula, if Manny had all of these evidence that he talked about, the what recalling you said, what's taking so long? Because at this point he wants to be right so bad. He wants to be. So what in 48 hours, I'm sick of hearing 48 hours. What do you think holding him now that if he had those evidences that he claimed to have, that we can see the last video we saw seems to have a lot of questioning to it. So no, we people have been giving him the chance to provide these evidences that he claimed to have.
Amy, we were here, we heard about people burning Capitol building. Any investigation going on?
Martin is not an investigator. He's somebody who's sitting on Facebook making accusations. So you can't equip that to real investigators putting evidence together something. That is not Martin. Martin is a private citizen.
What is Martin doing?
To do with investigating. He's sitting on there making accusations, accusing people. So you cannot compare the two. But go ahead.
What is Martin doing?
What do you mean? What is Martin doing? I just told you what he was doing. Then you asked me.
He's investigating. I'm coaching him. I'm not Martin. You are not Martin. Martin wrote and said we are investigating and we got evidence.
One by one. We got evidence that they got evidence. So waiting for them for you to put it out.
Are you low or it's just me?
I think he's low.
Your sound went very low on Emmanuel. Hello? If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Davis. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, you see, I get problem with the Liberian government themselves. I get problem with them. Why would they be following Martin Colley? The man will read something on somebody, he can't apologize. He read something, lie and apologize. Martin's not a journalist. Government was to start responding to Martin Colley. Martin want all that, I did it. Now I can kind government 2020. Now I want to be senator. You can even face to be representative because you just sit on the social media where your popularity will come from and people will know you can't call yourself hero. No, you're not a hero. Those same people leaving allegations from today, you want security from them tomorrow when you come back. Then you run an allegation, my people are being threatened, my people are just lies. Nobody threatening your people. It's just lie. So Martin is my picking, but today I unfollow him.
Why do you do that?
No, I don't need to be listening to a rhetoric no more. So one of the things, even we gotta look at the background too, the backdrop. Is the cartel using Martin Cody to destabilize?
This is what I'm asking. Is Martin fighting for the Liberian people, or are you
Because
fighting for the cartel at this point?
they play where Martin Cody live, they play the cookies to be gobi. In Hall and they play bro one carry the cookie because cookie don't get marking like bro.
You think he's getting some kind of, I mean,
Possibility
if
we
he is accusing everybody of being compromised, do you think Martin himself is compromised at this point?
gotta investigate him. Whether the cartel is giving him money, how Martin Cody is being fair in Europe. How he getting money to be on the internet 24 hours? How he getting money to be doing newspaper with other one? How? He left from Liberia from a very poor background. How? Who giving him money?
Maybe he's working.
So he need to be investigated. Because we want to know whether the cartel are using him to take the security people. Oh, Joe Baga fire the person, Joe Baga fire, fire everybody now. Then when I get somebody good to be security now, they need it. If you can do that, they can infiltrate. I think that's what they're trying to do. What they accusing? Regular do they? Regular pulling different people picture up. You don't get nothing to prove on anybody. The people are giving the information, they can't give you no more information. So it's just continue to lie, which is not good. Martin should supposed stop to what he's doing. It's not all right. During Jowia time, we say, oh, okay, let's see, maybe Jowia hunting him. But this government is not hunting you. The government give you an appointment, you refuse it. So
Thank you for saying that, Mr. Davis, because the appointment I was given to him, this is where this position is the place that you really, if you love to investigate, if you love to do research, that's the place that you can really do research. I mean, you know, like the what is it, access recovery, right? That's a place that you would really have the time to do what you love to do. You refuse it. But then you on the internet trying to be the hero because everybody the newsbreaker.
You want to Senator, let me tell you that how
that's okay. That's his right.
When you come into, I say now, bro, when you come into politics, when you start a stupid way, this is how you will become a Bago Mafia and a high looking. I'm asking because you call yourself to be Bago Mafia soon. Because they will play every year you go you lost, every year you go you lost, every year you go you lost. And who know Martin Cody were in there, bro? The traditional, the native people, only few people know Martin Cody. Those are graduated from University of Liberia and those are reading the internet. Those are not reading the internet, they don't know Martin Cody. And now the people are going to vote. And the people are reading the internet, they ain't going to vote for you because they know that you can lie. So
well, let's be honest with him now. Does he? I mean, he's not entirely wrong all the time, right? But if you have come to an individual that you cannot prove anything, you keep talking about giving 48 hours. And then every time you bring out something, you say, proof, it doesn't hold water. So my thing is that if Martin's telling us that the Justice Minister, the IG, all of these people, they own a bribe money they took from cartel, it's not to do anything with to go on vacation with their families, to buy mansions in America for their families, to do be living a life, right? With their families, with the cartel's money. At least that's what people do when they take drug money from drug dealers. But to take those monies and go to and buy cars for the institutions that he works for.
But
does that make any sense at all? So if that is happening and then he did that, and then the same person using those resources, those vehicles to chase after these cartels, what are we complaining? I mean, according to Martin Cooper logic, then why are we complaining? He using their own money against them. So he using their cars they bought for the police against them. He using everything according to Martin Cody, Starlink or whatever link, because it's just all over the place. Saying Gregory Coleman never used it for anything personal. It was for the police department, and the police department is there to protect Liberians. The police department bought what, bikes, cars that they are using now. that Liberia is a bit or more safer than what it was before, what are we complaining about then? Let's just give it the benefit of the doubt and say that that's what happened. Then what are we complaining about? What is the point that he really trying to prove here? Because it's not proving anything. You're not telling me this man, oh, now they're not joined to PPCC. Okay, you can have an argument there. But what are we saying? Everything? Oh, they're more dismantled. So this is why I came and said, okay, so I think this guy is being paid now. That's what I'm thinking about. Say everybody throwing accusation around, right? And maybe I can get 48 hours to prove my own. That's what I'm thinking now. Because why are you so obsessed with this guy? And you're not proving anything. You go and you're taking women now pictures and bringing it now and say, oh, why? What kind of relationship the IG have with the person that he giving them protection? How many people leave America here or the Western world and go down and go pay for police protection all the time and go down there and go have police protection going around? Even if I left from here right now and went to want to have that, I can get it. So why he making it seem that that's something that above way beyond everybody else that they can't get it? Only somebody have to have some kind of relationship with the IG before you get it. It doesn't make any sense at this point. I call it obsession. That's what he is. Why would you want to break the who is Gregory Coleman so much that everybody else getting suspended and investigated and this, but Gregory Coleman is so much that there's something he has that nobody will want to, if there's anything on him, right? That proves that he's involved with any of these people, that nobody want to get rid of him. Only Madam Koli or Kula saying it, and he cannot show us. Every day he coming, but every time he comes, it's something different. At this point, this is where I'm at now. This guy, he's either being used. That's where I'm at now with the behavior he exhibited. He either being used to dismantle the security forces that are going after to make the whole drugs fight against something against the cartel weaken, to weaken it. And like Family said, after doing all of this thing, then what? Who next? Prince C. Johnson? Is that the next person? You'll go after Prince C. Johnson to say, oh, Prince C. Johnson drive a ball car for the NSA too, and the cartel money. I mean, I don't get it. If you're doing it for your country, which we all want to fight for Liberia, but everybody, most of them on the internet, they just want to be what? Superstar. Everybody chasing, everybody, I'm the most popular. Oh, I'm the one who broke the news. Oh, I'm the one who did this. Some news are just not worth breaking. If you got it wrong, go and start with
again. Come back in.
I can hear you, Mr. Davis. Can you hear me? No, you don't. Yeah, so at this point, it's just so draining and tiring for the whole holiday. And he coming out talking about people should take politics out of it. I'm sorry, brother, but at this point, I am starting to think deeper into your behavior now. It's not about you, something, because Liberia, what they're doing right now, they're not putting drugs there. They're trying to get rid of it. They are trying to go after these people who are bringing the drugs in. That's what is going on right now. And if a police IG who is part of this investigation, if you're accusing him of taking money and buying cars for the police department, if that is your claim, I don't see anything wrong here, because the same police department that is being used to go to do investigation, to go after, to protect the Liberian people, then I mean, what? You stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Okay, so what's the problem here now? Why are we? This man is still doing his job. All these people he working with, FBI or whoever, none of them find him to think that he had. They don't find him fishy or anything like that to think he had anything to do with it. Why are you trying so hard to prove something, to show something, and nothing is being proven? Now they're not turning into, the way they acquire the cars. This is not on PPCC. I can understand those seditians who once got you moving so bad, who don't have any strategy of they coming back, that they want to come back, but their only strategy is for this government to fail. And they think that if in case the government feel that the Liberian people want to go back to the same field system, it's like, okay, so send the other guy on the life, one person, and the other one on the life, 2%. Let's go back to the guy who on the life, 1%. Oh, let's leave all the people who are there, who are never on a live anybody before. Let's go back to the people who doing the on a live. It doesn't make any sense. So I can understand their parts, right? They never had they never took time to investigate. Some of us didn't $6 million. They never had time to investigate. Judge, we are building condominiums all over the place. Instead, more breaking down. No, they never had time to go be traveling all over the place to investigate, but they had the audacity to investigate something like, and then they come here on now it's about PPCC when they're not finding anything there. It's sickening. I can understand that part, but the mining quality is who I'm not getting. Why are you so obsessed with this guy? Why are you so obsessed with being right about what you're saying? At this point, I think you're sabotaging the investigation. And anybody, and this is my point, Mr. David, I think the government should think that anybody have any evidence at this point, take it to the authority, and people should stop trying to muddy or sabotage the investigation. At this point, I think that's what it should be now, because it's just getting out of control. That everybody not sent to investigate, everybody work out to get evidence, everybody get us to do this and do that. This is when you see somebody say something. Anything more can't be acting like you're the one who's running the show because I stay fired this person, so the person should go. No, that's not how it works. I'm saying that I'm thinking that you got something to do with you either fighting for the cartel. Should they just get out and go hang off you because Amy's saying it? That's how Amy says she signed the thing. That's why Amy says she's feeling with the way you're so obsessed with the whole thing about being right, the way you're so obsessed about wanting this IG out of the way so much. Now you're gonna jump on another security person, the justice minister. It's time to be a pattern, right? So it's concerning. At this point, it's not about advocacy anymore to some of us. It's time to get concerning now. And this is where I'm at this point, Mr. Davis. Go ahead.
Yeah. Martin to just because I said the convention I go be going after Martin for this story. Yeah, man, Retting, he apologized. Retting, but why you about Martin for the story? You focus and tell the Liberian people why you're doing. Police operation car in America, I said police operation car that all everybody can know about it. Is this a budget? Okay, in America, when they catch the people with trust and they catch them with money, what they can do with the money? I never see they report to the Treasury Department. The police in our community, I think they use the same money to buy some equipment. I think what they can do in America, I think I say that what can happen because I feel that most of the community they use most of the money they can generate from the people. If they go see people with 200,000, 500,000, do they go and go to the Treasury Department and say, we report this is the money we what they call? I think they can use it.
I don't think they use it. They got to turn it in, Mr. David.
I don't know. I don't know. I tend to be corrected. But I believe that most of them they can use it.
Well, once they do that, I don't know what else happened after they do that, but I think they have to turn it into the department, because if they don't, they kind of that makes you a little suspicious. They're gonna dirty cop sort of thing, taking the money or taking money from the drug dealer, and that's not a good thing. You don't want them to catch you doing that. So I think they have to report it to the police department or their commanders, and yeah, whatever they do with that after is what I don't know.
Okay, so what I'm saying, they shouldn't go after Martin Colley theory. What will you be answering Martin Colley? Why you can carry on your public awareness? What happened?
Exactly. See, that's the thing, Mr. Davis. Martin Colley is on the internet, poisoning everybody's minds, and then people taking it and running with it. So they have to something instead of Martin Colley, but where they have to do that, like what you just said, public awareness, instead of focusing on whatever. But if he keep coming and writing stuff, the government feel like they have to answer him. And if he have other people there, like the reactions, who looking for relevance so much, and they want to be echoing it, want to act like they're themselves, they are investigators too, to want to be shit, they have to say something because now they are, our people, they're so gullible. They listen. Well, some of them, they will want to buy into it. So you can't see people doing stuff like that and say, "Oh, let me just ignore it and not say anything." They'll say, "Oh, you see, they're not saying anything." That because that's true. The boss saying, he'll probably say, "Oh, they're not saying anything because I'm right." Everybody wants to be right, right? Everybody want to be the big dogs on the internet. I don't get it. They're all fighting for spots and want to be the biggest. They're the biggest that, and it's time to create so much noise in the investigation. That's what I think. I'm not an investigator, but at this point, I think everybody had this, and you are giving the people who are being investigated, you're giving in, clues. You're giving in, I don't know, should I say little things to kind of pull one or two together or hide out. That's what's going on now. If you ask me, that's what I'm saying. This is no longer about advocacy. It's time to turn into sabotaging the entire investigation and fight against the whole drug thing. And it's time to get concerning about the so-called advocates who are claiming to be advocating it because they want the right thing done. They want cartel dismantled. I think they are, in my opinion, or what I can say, allegedly, right? I don't know if I'm alleging anything. I say I'm thinking that's what's going on now, from the way they're behaving. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, like I said, they shouldn't go after him. Public awareness. Giving information to the public that all the Liberian community do not to go after me to answer my question or to how many people can read the internet? Only a few group of people say in Morel can read the internet. Majority of people say in Morel they don't read the internet, they didn't get data, they didn't get one. So all the people know they should be aware. Okay, example, they say, okay, I'm from Corwell. I should know about my community, what's going on in my community.
Mm-hmm.
I want the police people to tell me that we can do patrol in our community, in this one, and Corwell people. So now, you carry the same general call people and say, yeah, we see present police patrol here. All they want to promote the government, promote the police also. Public awareness. But sit down and look at somebody sitting there in some kind of country being used by the cartel. Then when the man arrest some kind of post, then you take picture and not accurate. You'll be running after him like that. How you getting the information? You get the information from some Liberian, right? Liberian, they're giving some fake information.
Mm-hmm.
I get printed out. You don't even do what you say. You investigating. Investigating what? The investigation you learn in school or what? But the problem is, I say the government giving credence to listen to him and to follow him to answer. If I was in that government tell you you're gonna answer him, then you say what you want to say.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry, Mr. Davis. I just washed my hair and greased the scalp. Yes, the dry scalp itching. So I color it too. So I get red hair now. If you can see. But anyways, like it's time to really get annoying. And I don't have anything against Martin, right? I think he's till now. I thought he was of transparency and fairness. But at some point when you run something, just let it go and jump onto the next one. You understand what I'm saying? But he keeps and we waited for like Emmanuel was just saying, we waited for the evidence that he kept saying for the 8 hours. My sister, I wrote it, but I said, "Mother, I gave you 48 hours to." I gave you 48 hours not to start making noise in my ear because at this point, all of your so-called evidence are not adding up. And if you're telling me that this man took money to sponsor the police department, because you're not telling me that Gregory Coleman used money on himself. You're not telling us that Gregory Coleman took money to go buy his family luxurious home and build himself all of these businesses and do this and do that and do this and living large. living larger than life. That's not what you're telling us. You're telling us that Gregory Coleman took money from cartel to sponsor the police department, to buy vehicles, to buy, you said, what, Starlink first, and then now you're talking about a PPCC, or now you're talking about what is it? Which one is it? Did Gregory take this money to sponsor his life, to do it for his family, or he according to you, took this money to from cartel to sponsor police department, and then the same Gregory Coleman in the police department are going after the cartels. So it's not adding up. So that means they took that money to clean up the mess that they made. To me, that's what that means the police took the money, the police IG took the money to clean up the mess that they made in the country. What's the big deal in there? As though you telling us that he took it and did something personal with it, I'm okay with it. And that's not causing him to stop investigating it. It's not causing him to stop going after them. He going after them. He arrested it. So there's nothing there for us to worry about, Martin. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. We agree with you. So what do we worry about? There's nothing there to worry about.
Like I said, you can buy more amateur for the AFL.
Yeah, let him go take more money for it and go and get every police department, every county, what they need. For goodness sake. And then there's so-called reaction investigator that stand on other platforms and acting that there's something. Maybe, according to Martin theory, maybe the police department never had these things, so Gregory had to go take money from the cartels and go buy them. Maybe the CDC will not using 60 million, 50 million for campaigning and leaving police department without any equipment. Maybe Gregory Coleman was not going to go work with the cartels and buy police equipment for the police, right, Mr. Davis? Then when he got in, the police had everything. Why they taking like money to go campaign with it, to go run campaign when they're supposed to be doing things with it that support it? Instead, when they call police, I say, "Oh, I'm your car, come pick me up." The person when you calling to report, that person go pick that police up. What? Then you done, right? So this is a whole mess. You understand? This is a whole mess right now. Stop making noise in Port here. Let's focus on this investigation. Let's focus on what's going on in Liberia. Leave the whole evidence and that business, because you have none. You had almost a month. If you had anything, Martin, it would have been out there by now. You don't have anything. Stop being so obsessed with the police IG and let him do his job. Let him take the money from the cartel and give it to the police to do the job. That's fine. That's the kind of cartel money taking side I like. Because you created a mess in the country, we will use your money to fix it. As long as IG is not putting it in his pocket and doing personal things with it, I'm fine with it. I don't know about you, Mr. David, but I'm okay at this point. Because Martin can prove anything to me. He needs to stop making noise all over the social media. You're a human. You make mistakes. You're a human. You're not always right about everything. Let it go. You're still smart, Martin. You're still a smart guy. You're still a researcher. You're still everything that Brimpo take you to be. But let this one go, bro. You just don't have it on this one. Let it go. That's what I'm saying. And the guy even said it. I got nothing against Martin. He said he got something on me. Let him bring it. You know what Gregory said?
Yeah.
It was a challenge to me. It's been how many days now? Come on.
They're making Martin Colley relevant.
Well, somebody asking it, there's cell phone journalists there. People talking about serious and then they have to bring these people names up. And you can't just ignore them. You gotta answer them. And he answered the question the right way. So if he got it, let him bring it. And that's what everybody been waiting for. Bring it. We don't want from PPCC. Okay, maybe PPCC where they are going about it and I've been wrong. But that's not what you supposed to give us. You're supposed to give us proof of Gregory Coleman taking money from cartel. That's the proof we're asking you for. That's what you're accusing for. About PPCC or FUBU CC or whatever CC, that's a different topic for another day. They do that all the time, even though it's not right. But that's not what you are accusing these people for. This guy, though.
For security people, no. PPC not going to do it. They say government, they even do that government, but PPC don't do recruitment for police officer car because you don't know.
Y'all go tell your reaction, and I think we will take this up. Even if we had to go to the fair, even if I don't want that when you're talking, it can be so annoying. I know it's that I said daughter or what. The other than I said the investigators.
So the other one like investigating.
So sickening.
Want to.
Yeah.
What kind of investigator you are?
They cannot prove it. They would never tell you. Say, oh, the police department said they never. Okay. So they ask them, do you think anybody can come and buy those high grade of vehicle fleets in America without anybody? They can't answer. Oh, because the Minnesota Police Department said they didn't donate. They didn't sell cars. Okay. Your point. PPCC business and that when I come on. Not a cartel. Because you can't tell us that them. I said don't talk about cartel. Judge people don't deal with something to do with cash, and you can't something. How you think the FBI trace the money? Don't make me say the D word. How do you think they trace the money when they investigating these people?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Liberian people who don't know any better, they are gullible. They said, wow, they not tell us something. Oh, wow, they not catch police IG. Wow. Seriously? Now, I'm not saying IG comment is this, fresh and clean guy that no, he may have his butt. But where we talking about the IG being taking money from cartels to do this or do that, that's the evidence we're asking for, and no one has proven it so far. So I'm exhausted. I'm sick and tired of talking about that. I don't know about you, Mr. David, and everybody else who's watching, but I'm sick and tired of it because it's been a whole month now, 48 hours in there. Martin bringing videos that looks like AI. He bringing videos. He bringing talking about cars going, taking picture of Ami Moda's wife's car to post it. They had to threaten lawsuits before he can come. If you're doing all of that, then at this point, why would somebody be sitting there trying to believe you that you guys any kind of evidence or anywhere hiding somewhere? You would have been posted it. You would have been given it out.
If people are giving information, they're not serving him the right thing to do.
Yeah. They're probably not giving him anymore. Maybe the security, the joint security kind of find out somebody feeding him, and they have tightened their vault of information, so he's not getting, because everything might acting like he's something. And my own people, they're getting it from people over there. That's no investigation they're doing. People, they will pick. Oh God, we hope jobs can. I'm sure everybody can be working for their own little penny in, so they will stop falling for little amount. Like, I will give you this, fine, they give me the other one here, go set the other person up and send me this, and I will give you such and so amount, because that's all going on in Liberia. And then when they come out, my research, you don't do no damn research. I'm checking my sources, yeah. Putting people in jeopardy of getting caught and getting fired from their jobs. Because if I catch you in my office and doing stuff like that, you go. That is breach of security. You can't do that. That's not where they told you to take information from. They told you to see anything out there that is wrong. So for investigation, let's even go take it and go give it to Facebook or content creator or people then to say, oh, they are investigating, they are doing this, they are doing that. Everything Martin something is people giving it to him from what the police already had. It's not something that he came up with, that he researched. It's something that people fed him with. If he were really doing research, he claimed he has evidence. We would have seen no evidence ever since. He doesn't have any. That's why he's jumping all over the place. And he mad. He obsessed because everybody, he just exposed his lies about the IG, and everybody, nobody talking about way they acquired the car, it was the right way of doing. That's not what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about him being involved with the cartel, taking the money for cartel to. I would even be embarrassed to be saying those things. Because if I'm not coming to you, Mr. Davis, and telling you that Mr. Davis took money and stole money and took it, that's what he built with his mansion. That's what he making his business with. But I will come tell you that Mr. Davis took money and went and sponsored the police department to equip the police department with bikes to be going in the various communities, Mr. Davis, to be at night and be trying to guard the community and be security and have people when people call the police for them to be right there. That Mr. Davis took money to buy more police cars for patrol. Mr. Davis took money for people places that car can't reach, for people the police to be on the bikes to go there and from the cartel. And that would be something that would make me mad. And Mr. Davis is still fighting the cartel. Him and his team are still going after the cartel, and they're arresting people and they're taking them to court. They're doing it, and then I would think that is a bad thing. Since Martin Cody want to make us believe that now that this guy is the monster, come on. He just what I'm thinking now, and I'm alleging it to Martin. Maybe you try to give me 48 hours to. I think at this point you're trying to dismantle, and it's a planned effort by the cartel for that to happen, so people can stop going after those people who are going after them and pulling them out of the holes that they're in. They are feeding you. They are pushing you. They are making you. Whether intentionally you are doing it or intentionally to dismantle the joint security so these guys can go free. And that's what's going on here. And nobody, and every Liberian should open their eyes and see it. Because there's no way one person can be obsessed with somebody and they don't have anything to prove. That's what is going on here. Okay? Gregory is not doing anything. He's not fighting. He's not the only one there. This is what I can get. If everybody else being taken off the case because they're being investigated or something, why would Gregory be so untouchable if he did something wrong? Why would we think that? When the president himself has said it, your power or your wealth or your whatever would not save you. If you're involved, you're going, and we've been seeing it. So why would Gregory be so above the law or whatever thing if there was something there, people? Think about it. Why would he be? That's how I know there's nothing there. There's nothing there at all. Well, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Hey, Lord, there's nothing I can say about Martin Colley issue. Police don't go after Martin Colley. You might not respond to a trick-or-treat. That one I call it trick-or-treat. You might not respond to it. Then Martin Colley continue the way. Those that will listen to it, they listen to it. What you all need to do, you all need to pay attention to the public and pay attention to the Liberian people. When you do any other thing, you're informed with the Liberian people will be satisfied. We're not the one listening to Martin Colley that eventually can do, or whosoever is sitting down and say some nonsense. We know them. We know the power. Sometimes I see those talking and say, look at the other man. He was minister of sport and he said they misplay you. Why didn't we reject the position? But when he take it. After 6 years into power, Lebron Lone Star never play on the ATS. We were playing our football outside the ATS. We were playing Guinea. We were playing some in Ghana. We were also playing some in other countries. Lone Star, most of Lone Star matches didn't play because the field was not eligible. They always did part of the soccer field. And you were one of the person that was the deputy minister. He sat down there, you're not even running a very feed, then you can't sit down and be talking about all kinds of things.
You didn't know research then on how to make it feel better, or how to make Liberian youth life better. I did not know research then, but he know research to go to a police department in Brooklyn Park or whatever and say, oh, if this person bought a car here or the person, I don't even fit over. Anyone who's trying to grasp at anything to make them relevant, like, oh, that's their only strategy they got. That the government failed. Then all the Liberian people come back to us because Joseph Boakai failed. Are you delusional? It doesn't even make no sense. You have no apology to give to the Liberian people from what you did to them for the past 6 years. You don't have no what turn around or whatever to say, oh, we did it this way and we're gonna do it this way right this time around. This is what we got, this is the strategy to know. But all is, oh, let this government feel, oh, let this government feel. I, I don't know what these people think this our country to be, but I know because the mindset of the people who are like me, who are crying that, oh, why they have to arrest the B woman, why they go after the other people? Your hair hurts when you think about this country. The people you're fighting for, they will turn against you, they will fight you to the T, okay?
I don't understand them. Why are they fighting drugs for? They can't arrest anybody.
Oh no, they wanted to do it like you playing one for you, one for me, one for you, one for whether the person involved or not, no. It will make them happy. Okay. But anyways, let's go ahead and do our closing on it. It's one time to go talk to me.
Yeah, my closing
My
is
little man, I fall asleep.
to
In the very room here.
talk to my late brother at the University of Liberia. Let them engage constructively instead of engaging destructively. Because you see, you get armchair, you bring the same chair and put on the road and be burning it. So you say you don't get armchair, but you take the chair from class when cancer get burning.
And burning.
When y'all do something that did, majority of the students at the University of Liberia, I will talk to you people. This is the best thing to do in life. Because most of the guys want the government close the school for 1 year. When the government close the school for 1 year will be part of your life.
That's what I'm saying. They don't want to go to school.
You plan your graduation for 2027. You might not in 2027, you might end up graduating 2028. So it's better we sit down, we engage the president constructively. We do something that look at the representative or booing at the representative. You all know what the representative want to go tell you people or you want to go do that. Your channel through the representative.
And not to cut you up, Mr. David. This is what Emmanuel was saying that people are not engaging in. No, they don't want to be engaged. People are doing it. They don't want to listen. They don't want to.
So you want to bring in University, the topic outside, I mean, want to answer. That man will not want to answer. That man is not the Akara Grade, what count the camper and be or no. I say Akara Grade, then you can be behind, you'll be protesting. Me and Akara Grade will protest in the same group, I will never do it. So some of this is shameful. It's shameful because you say you're from soup and you all know what that soup, you all know why it's for. What are our members of soup?
But burning it down.
Yeah, when I graduated, some of y'all in Kidong Island, because I graduated 2003 from the University of Liberia. I entered University of Liberia 1998. I graduated 2003. I didn't go waste my time there.
You entered 2001. You graduated.
Yeah. 1998. We took the first entrance. 97. The council. We took the second entrance. Was successful. 1998. We entered the University of Liberia. 2003. I was out. We were from the royal class. We were out. We didn't go there to go waste time to do. When I say we not do, I would say we will do it. But all I think we're doing was we used to do it the best way we can do on Campbell. It was Campbell policy during time for election, all they wanted. But to go stand on the road, because we're on the charter of government too, to go stand on the road and go do something 80 on the other side.
You better.
We don't do that, you know what I'm saying? Well, when the first time 80 were coming on our campus, some of our friends informed us the moment 80 coming, we left that campus ever since. We're not there again. Now they beat some people there. Paul Moluba, all they wanted, they went there, they arrested some people, they beat them. But you went to go land. You don't know whether I don't know whether the representative or Bunia, the representative is teaching at the university or he giving, I don't know. So most of the things you gotta be careful. Somebody that imparting knowledge into you people or somebody that can't do something for you people, you get your complaint to the representative. Oh, okay.
I thought that what is supposed to have that kind of like grievances like to the people who can, make laws and kind of have some kind of say in those budgets. And if that's what their problems are, and to engage with them. So if the representative went there not to go challenge them or to talk to them, then why?
We get Palawa Hall there where we see some people on campus. When you answer a question, we can circle you, carry the Palawa Hall to answer some of our questions. That's what we should do. You get way to the representative and go in the Palawa Hall and answer some of the questions. What are you gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna stand with you people. I make sure when I go in there, I'm gonna speak on behalf of the students. Let the man say something to you people. Then you're sitting down, you're booing the man, okay, out of the camera, the man not be in on this student before.
No, go ahead, bro.
The man made a university of the not opening. No, the man calling the man rule, all they want that. So tell me anything that come out on the floor for university of the that man will say, you don't want food, you want to buy in it. So we gotta be careful, we gotta be mindful, and let the government let them start following Martin College story. Let them follow their own story and tell the people what they are doing instead of following Martin College story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Derry. Yes, I do agree. Guys, please continue to share the show. Thank you for watching today. Let me see who are watching. Of course, Fix Electronic, Money Making Moses. Who else? Let me see. Thank you all for watching. And for you who are not Edwin Clark, for all of you who are not commenting, thank you to Augusta say don't get mad at me when I don't pronounce your name right. Blah blah. Thank you for watching. Neres, thank you. Emmanuel George. We appreciate you so much for being here. Continue to share the show. And we will see you guys soon. Well, yeah, I do agree with all of that. We need to engage and get out of the meditation for a little bit and sit down, think about what you want. That if you are serious about what is going on with your schools. If you're not serious, you just want to be, because most of them, I don't think people want to be in class all of the time. Some people there want to learn, some people don't. That's just it. They are among those other people acting like, so they just want noise on the campus every time. You in a group like that, you have people like that. They are there, so they always want to cause chaos and just want them to be in the street like they were today. And what they did today, that is a crime. That is above the law. You don't go start fire in the street and then assaulting police officers, and people will wonder what spend there when you get caught, when you getting beaten, when you getting thrown in a vehicle because you were doing something that you as a student shouldn't be doing. You were being clowns, and then you want police to treat you like humans. You want to be clowns? They will treat you like clowns. You want to be I mean, even though they don't be the clowns at the circus, but say you want to be Are you okay, Mr. Davis? Let me meet you, or you choking on something over there. Say you want to be what? Maybe hooligans? Then they will treat you like one. Okay. How did I end up with that? 15% of $90 million promised. Okay, well, Fix Electronic, that is understandable. It's good to voice that out. That is the chicken change of what they're asking for, but still, the way in which they're going about it is what we're talking about. We're not saying that they don't have the right to voice their opinion, to voice their frustration about a situation that is happening, or anything that is affecting them. Right? That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that the way they're going about it. That's what we're saying. So for you to think that the things they were doing is the right way to go about it, then I don't know how you're thinking that somebody could get hurt and then breaking people properties and stoning police. If that's the way you think they have to go about it, oh well, I'll leave you with your conscience. But in no way anyone saying here that what they're giving it, if that is your figure is the right thing, 15% out of $90 million, that if that is right, then of course that's something concerning to be upset about. But they and they're being upset with the president, the university president. So how is she the problem? How is she responsible for this? If she's asking for $90 million, right? And she's getting 15% of that. Shouldn't they be teaming up with her to express that frustration to the government? Instead, yeah, all age problem that she came and met there, they're being rude to her about it. I mean, she's not a magician. I mean, let's be fair. She's not a magician. She's not the problem. She's also being stranded as a president. She's taking care of the schools, and she knows that that's not a lot of money. She needs a lot of money to do so. So I'm pretty sure she's more frustrated than they are. Okay. So yeah. And when it comes to, Martin, I already said what I had to say. At this point, I think that he's fighting for the cartel. He's working for them, and he's not working for the Liberian people. From the way he's so obsessed with the IG, he's so obsessed with dismantling the joint security. It's unreal. Like nobody does that and think that or want to do that and think that you let Mazikoli tell us who he got to pull there when he take these people out, which he had no evidence against yet that we are seeing. If he got it in here cover and liking it up, okay, we have not seen it yet. But from the things he had put out here so far, it's nothing. And for the claim that he's making, that they robbed the poor to feed the rich, it's nothing to get him over investigation. So I want to know whether Martin will go. He will not be scared now, or he will not be thinking about asylum now. He will go down when they remove these people to go be the one to investigate. They gave him an investigating job. He refused it. They be quiet. They told you to go investigate where our money went for the past 6 years. They told you to go help do that investigation. You refused it because you're in exile. And then you here trying to poke your nose into where they didn't appoint you. And nothing wrong with that, right? If you have some facts, nothing wrong with it. But where you don't have any facts and they're trying to tell you you're wrong about this and you're trying your whole heart best to be, I'm Martin, I'm never wrong. Mentality and attitude? No. Something else, in my opinion, I'm starting to think that something else is behind that. And we need to start to investigate you in a cartel, because I'm thinking in my mind, from what I'm seeing so far, your obsession and everything else and trying so hard to be right, I'm thinking that you're being compromised as well. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be right, but that's what my spirit man is telling me. I'm sorry, but at this point, this is where I'm at from your behavior so far with the Jones security. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. This dude gets on my nerve. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. Please share the show. Share the show, please. So people can watch later like they always do. And we'll see you guys, God's willing, what? So this Tuesday. We're into Wednesday. So maybe Friday. Thursday. As the spirit leads, y'all. At this point, it's as the spirit leads. I'm sorry. We're supposed to do like 3 days, but we will see you when we see you. How about that? Mr. Derry, how about that? I can't hear you. Oh, you're muted. Because you are back there like you were choking or whatever. Go ahead, me.
I said
Say
yes. We'll see you.
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes, Joe. Fix election and everyone. Good night. Have a great night. Have a great Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of your week until we see you guys. What, in Friday? Thursday? When we see you. Okay. All right, y'all. Good night. Please continue to share. Sharing is caring.